Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe a couple of ladies are also watching this live stream, so why not address that first? This live stream is for the East versus West 24 event live commentary. We are going to discuss the following matches tonight. So, Auden Larrett versus Jeremy Parker, that is going to be in the prelims. Ryan Bellinger versus Jason Merlo. Then Nastasia versus Courtney. And who do we know who won the King of the Table tournament? I somehow missed that because I just came home from work, and yesterday also I was a little bit busy. So there will be one more match between the King of the Table event winners. Then on the main card, we will have Irakli Zirakashvili versus Yoshinobu Kanai. That is going to be an absolute war. People are counting Irakli out, but I think his flop press is awesome. Like John Brezink has a very good defense against a flop press. Not so much preventing a flop these days, but still, even now, hanging against a flop, he always used to be really good at that. He was one of the few guys who can hold Jerry's flop, not prevent Jerry's flop. I'm talking about holding Jerry's flop when Jerry actually got there. And because of that, I think Irakli is good because he was pressing through John Brizink's top roll. So maybe he can do that to Yoshinobu Kanai too. Then Adam Borzinski versus Peter Sheles. This can be amazing too. Adam doesn't really lose his wrist, but he can be beat with a fast top roll like Nurdalat Aider Khan used to do. Let's see if Peter can do the same or not. How about I give my predictions? So Auden Larrett should be able to beat Jeremy Parker because Jeremy also does not have too much experience. If it was a guy who was like arm wrestling for 8 years, 7 years, I would say yeah, Auden has no chance. But Jeremy also has similar or maybe even less experience on the arm wrestling table than Auden Larrett. Brian Ballinger versus Jason Merlo. I think it's again going to be a war. I'm going to go with Jason in this one. Courtney versus Nastasia. Usually you would go with the European arm wrestler, but Nastasia is also a young arm wrestler who does not have too much experience. I am going to go with Courtney in this one. Yoshi versus Irakli. I just said that Irakli can press through him, but maybe it's still Kanai. Peter versus Worzinski. Peter beat Pork Chop pretty convincingly. I think Adam Worzinski's wrist is much more solid than Pork Chop. I think Worzinski takes it. If Sandris cannot top roll Worzinski, I don't think Peter can either. Holland versus Bishop. Man, Tom Holland is pretty solid at setting the hook. Not Yanis, Justin Bishop has good back pressure, but I still think Holland can force him in the hook. It's possible. I'll go with Tom Holland on this one. Yanis Omolins versus Craig Touye, as they call him. Man, this one is a difficult one to predict. The weight definitely favors Craig. He may be close to 85. Yanis is 81. And Craig has beaten Yanis in the past. It was in a tournament format. Can he do that again? It's difficult. It's difficult. Craig says that he's the strongest now, but how? Isn't he like 55 years old? I'll give a prediction about this one later on. Corey West versus Pavlo Derbedyev. I think people are underestimating Pavlo's top role in this one. Can Pavlo win this match? I mean, Corey made it kind of difficult for even the Swedish guy, tall Swedish guy. What's his name? Corey have a flop press. No, he doesn't. Tobias is wrong. But I don't think Pavlo can do anything to Tobias. But still, I think Pavlo can challenge Corey's wrist. I'm going to go with Pavlo in this one. 3-1. I'm predicting the upset. Mazahir has never been 125. So we don't know. Jerry versus Cody Merritt. I don't care if Jerry has defeated him in the past or not. Jerry is not in the shape to compete now. We'll discuss about Jerry's sickness in a while. But I'm going to go with Corey 3-0 in this left arm super match. Kurdecha versus Tobias Sporong. The odds, the betting odds are pretty good on this one. I like the betting odds on Alex Kurdecha. I think Kurdecha should win this match. I just don't see a lane for Tobias. Actually, I do see one lane. Maybe he can flash pin Kurdecha outside of straps because of his speed and insane grip strength. He has like 140 kilo grip strength or something like that. It's absolutely enormous. So maybe he can flash pin Kurdecha with his speed. But doing that three times, I don't really see that happening. And once they are strapped up, I think Kurdecha is overall more versatile. He has more stopping power. I think he will beat Tobias. Maybe 3-1. Rickard versus Moratov. Again, I have no idea. If I had not seen Bournemouth press through Lars Rorbacken's flop press, I would have gone with Moratov because he has a king's move. But I have seen Bournemouth's flop press, so he may be able to press through Muratov too. I think he's going to lose his wrist, but he may just have a good enough flop press. Hutchings versus Stoika, man, Hutchings should be the favorite. Out of nowhere, Bogdan Stoika cannot just become the East versus West world champion like that. Come on, man. Todd Hutchings all day long. I don't think he's so slow that Bogdan will just drill through him with a tricep press. And that's the only way I see Bogdan winning. A fast, quick tricep press where Hutchings does not get the opportunity to stop the match. Still, I don't see it happening. Morozov versus Gasparini. Ermes Gasparini 4-0, but still, it is going to be a close match. People are going to speak. Some fans are saying that Hermes will destroy him. Well, he may, but there are some guys who are even saying that it is going to end so quickly. It is going to end in flash pins. When was the last time Hermes flash pinned anyone? It was against RF Artyom more than 4 years ago. Tell me, on the right arm, who has Hermes flash pinned in the last 4 years? No one. Hermes does not win with flash pins. I mean, even in favorable positions when he had everything against Dave Chaffee, he was right on top of his fingers. His forearm was like vertical to the pad. He had full wrist cup. Still, he took like 10 seconds to finish the match with a press. So Hermes, forget about Hermes flash pinning. Hermes cannot flash pin anyone in the top 10. So this is going to be a war either way. I think Hermes is going to win. If he does, even if he doesn't, you are guaranteed to see a war in this match. Don't say that Hermes is going to just play with Morozov or anything. It is not going to happen. The way, at worst, it can be something like the Georgi Svetkov versus Morozov match. I mean, it was completely one-sided, but still Morozov did put up a fight. He did hold him with a broken wrist, and he's going to do the same against Hermes too. It won't end like Morozov versus Vitali. Hermes does not have that kind of capabilities. Todd versus Petrenko. Man, I don't see any lane for Petrenko to win this match. And yet, I don't see Michael Todd winning this match. Simply because my mind refuses to believe that at this age of 53 or 54, whatever Michael is, that he's the best in the world in any category. Because the guy has never been the best in the world in any weight category. So how did he now all of a sudden become the best in the world? That's what my mind is not ready to believe, even though the proof is out there. He was not in the best shape when he faced Ongarbayev. His numbers were not the best ever, although he was saying even at that time that he's in the best shape ever. But now he actually is. He's lifting the highest weights that he has ever lifted. His weight cut went amazing. And Petrenko, unlike Ongarbayev, doesn't really have a press, but he's much stronger than Ongarbayev. So that's the thing. And that because of this, I'm really confused. I don't see how Petrenko is going to win this match, and yet I don't see how Michael Todd is going to win this match. How can Michael defeat the number one guy in the world? And I hope Michael uses this as a soundbite. So I'm going to say it in one more time in a better way. If Michael wins this, I hope someone takes the audio out of this, whatever I'm saying, and put it in a Michael Todd motivational clip. So here you are. Take a clip from this. At the age of 54, I don't see how Michael Todd can be the number one arm wrestler in the world. I don't see how even this best version of Michael Todd can overpower Oleg Petrenko or even out arm wrestle Oleg Petrenko. Michael Todd is going to lose tonight despite Petrenko having no options against him. I think I gave Michael a good enough soundbite. I really genuinely hope that Michael uses this clip to make me look like a fool and uploads a video of him, Petrenko winning, and the East versus West belt being wrapped around his waist. I hope he does that. I would really, really like to see that. Or you guys remind him because obviously he's preparing for his match, so he's not watching this clip, this live stream. The way Devon beat Petrenko, I think it's hard for Petrenko to beat Todd. Yeah, but we don't know at this point how much stronger Devon really is compared to Michael Todd. The center table strength, especially that. Because even though Michael may be able to take Petrenko's wrist, still bringing him back may be difficult for him. It wasn't for Devon. So I have some points about Jerry Cadderet's health update, which I saw in that interview. So I'm going to read all of them, and I'll probably upload a video about that. I've messaged my brother that I'm going to record a Jerry Cadderet update. So I will be reading it from the phone because I don't have everything memorized. That's why I'm going to zoom in a little bit so that the phone disappears. Is it going to disappear? I'm not going to zoom any further. Let it be that way, even if it doesn't disappear. Where is the summary? Yeah. No one knew what Jerry Caderet was going through. He was silently suffering from a problem that almost took his life away from him. Here is update about Jerry Caderet's life-threatening disease. So Jerry thought that originally he had something like bronchitis because he was having some trouble breathing. But then his foot started going numb. And that's when he realized that he should probably check the doctor. Doctor thought that it is something heart related. They told him to go to the emergency room. He thought it is going to be a quick hospital visit, but it wasn't. It was all pretty bad for Jerry afterwards. After the scans, the doctors found out that there are some clots in his leg. Clots in the leg. You may remember something. Pulmonary embolism. Where did we hear that word in the arm wrestling community? I think it was 2020, and Devon Larratt had that same problem. His legs were also clotted, and he also said that he almost died. He barely survived that encounter. So I think it's the same thing that happened to Jerry Caderet. So the clots were extremely serious. Jerry said that the clots had reached his heart, both lungs, and one side of the body, two others. So both sides. He was transferred to another hospital. He was placed in the ICU there and prepared for surgery. I mean, that's pretty sad. And the guy didn't talk about it at all with anyone. Even if he mentioned that to some of his close arm wrestling friends, I think the news would have gotten out in the community. But Jerry just didn't. I don't think he shared it with anyone. And then there was a surgery, and surgery was really dangerous. In fact, it was so bad that the doctors told him that your chances of survival after this surgery are merely 40%. I mean, it's like jumping out of an airplane and at least one parachute, not at least, let's say one parachute is non-functional out of the two and you have to take the risk. Would you jump? Or would you wait for the fuel to run out of the plane and just let it crash? Because that was happening with Jerry. He was about to die. The doctor told him that he had anywhere between 1 to 6 months if he didn't go for the surgery. And even if he went for the surgery, he has like 40% chances of survival. He refused the surgery initially. And because he was completely shocked, he was like, why would I go for it if I won't even survive? But then, humorously, because Jerry is always funny, he told the doctors that I'm a big time arm wrestler. So if you don't save me, the arm wrestling community is going to get you. They are going to come after you. Does that increase my chance from 40% to 70%, my chances of survival? That's what he asked the doctors. And I think it did increase his chances. The doctors took it more seriously. I mean, it's their job. They were going to take it seriously anyways, but at least Jerry felt more confident going into that surgery room afterwards. So the recovery has been difficult for Jerry after that, but he's slowly improving every day. His leg still has clots. That's why he was wearing compression things, and he's also on blood thinners. Once again, the same things that Devin Larrett was on. He was also on a lot of blood thinners. And it is preventing him from training because he cannot put too much weight on his legs. And without that, how are you even supposed to arm wrestle? And because of that, Jerry had a massive weight loss. He was around 330 plus, and now he's 280 pounds. He lost 55 pounds. And he says because of that, he's feeling better. He's breathing better. The sleep is better. His endurance may have actually improved, and he feels lighter and overall healthier. That's why he's not sure that even if he not even, obviously, he's confident that he's going to get back into top shape. He's not confident if he's going to go back to 333 pounds once again because he's feeling much better there. Then the obvious question was, will he be willing to cut to 115 kilos? And the answer is, as of now, no, because still there is a lot of weight to go before he reaches 251. I think he can do that. The top super heavyweights have kind of figured a way out how to beat him. I'm not sure about the 115 kg guys. Obviously, Ivan Matushenko there will be a big problem for Jerry. But other than that, I think Jerry can be a problem for many arm wrestlers in that category. Maybe Sagov can also do some damage, but I would love to see him there. That would be that would be amazing to see Jerry competing there. So Jerry, as of now, is on no sugar, no carbs, no alcohol because he's on blood thinners, and maybe that is what made him lose all of that weight. And then he talked about his Cody per merit match. He believes he can still win this match. He's confident, pretty confident, because he has beaten him in the past. He has a pretty good flop press on the left arm too. And that's why he thinks he can do once again what he did before. And even before this match, Jerry was already asking for a left handed match. He is feeling confident in his left arm. He was always better on the right arm because there was more money in the right arm matches. He never really took his left arm seriously, but now he is taking the left arm seriously. He practiced with Nick Stone and he felt well there. He talked about his right arm recovery timeline. Jerry said that he's still a few months away from full recovery from some aggressive training and top level matches because of the leg clots once again. But he can arm wrestle left handed. It isn't going to be a big problem for him. Then he talked about in the future getting rematches against Ermes Gasparini, getting a match against Michael Todd, getting a match against whoever has beaten him or whoever has given him a good fight in the past. He wants all of those rematches. So, man, Jerry is a warrior. He's still back on the table. Everyone is saying they should cancel the Jerry match. He's not in the best shape. And you're putting him up on his weaker arm against the top guy or one of the top guys in USA. How is that fair to Jerry? But at this point, we have to understand Jerry is kind of rich. He does not need arm wrestling for anything. Like he has proven himself, and yet he is stepping on the arm wrestling table despite suffering from such problems. We have to respect the guy for that. But maybe we also have to convince him to like ease a little bit. Yeah, it's not like he's young. He's missing his prime years or something. He's already old. So maybe he can afford to take 6 months of rest more. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again. So my brother is going to edit this video. I guess it was like 10 minutes, the recap. Satnam is awesome. I called him one of the top 5 talents in India. Pro Punja League also posted that comment of mine. Satnam also shared that. So when I say one of the top 5 talents from India, in no particular order, I'm talking about obviously, obviously the big guy from Delhi. How can I forget his name? Siddhant Katuria. I'm talking about Denik Lalruat Luanga. I'm talking about Satnam Singh. I'm talking about Abhas Rana. I'm talking about Steve Thomas. I'm not yet including guys like Vethozo Lohe there or even Kim Kima. I think if Abhas is there, Kim Kima can also be there. Kim Kima at 16 is stronger than what Abhas Rana was at 16, because even though Abhas is a couple of years old, he's taking his wrist, like he's making the matches stop. Not just a little bit stronger, he's much stronger than what Abhas was when he was 16. Can you pass that Indian military high test? Military high test, what is that? Right now in the shape I am, I cannot pass any test. Can you guys guess my body fat percentage? I checked it on a couple of machines. I mean, the machines were of the same company, so the result was close. So for reference, I put in the height as it's like 179, but in the evening it's like 178.5. So I put in 178.5, a little over 5'10, and the weight was 79 kilos. So what's that in pounds? 170, 175? I don't know. 25, yeah, it's close. So minimal height for armed forces, I'm certain. Okay. Yeah, 23, that's close to. So I got 21.8 on one machine and 22.4 on the other. And it was a different time of the day too. And after that, just to see, I walked. You will not believe how untrained my body is. I walked for 3 kilometers a day for 5 days. And on the sixth or seventh day, after walking like 14 kilometers in total, my body fat percentage dropped by 1% just by walking. And the weight remained the same. That's how untrained I am. Walking takes 1% body fat. Walking for 5 days took 1% body fat from me. Now you can imagine how much your boy Arm Wrestling News is training. And on both machines, the difference was the same. One went to like 20.9, other went to like 21.4. Are you going to follow World Cup in soccer? No, no, no. I don't have enough time. I'm still not able to like watch all of the podcasts in arm wrestling right on time. I watch almost all of them, but some of them I watch like a week later. So there is no way, like that will be a crime. If I start watching football games and ignore arm wrestling, you guys should put me in jail. I should be I should be put behind the bars for that crime, even if I like it. Like I just bought a few Resident Evil games just to refresh my childhood memories. I bought Resident Evil 4, which I played like 15 years ago. I bought 7 and 8 gold editions, Revelations. I Today I saw the trailer of Code Veronica 2 that's also getting remaked. I don't play any of them. I just buy them and I just let the PS5 sit idle. I don't play any of the games because just my mind wouldn't allow me to switch on the PS5 until I've made all of the videos that I need to make on the channel, and clearly I haven't. So yeah, football is not an option. Should you 10 miles a day, Robert Baxter? My knees are cooked. I have the knees of a 100-year-old man who has knee problems. Not a fit, like nobody at 100 is fit, but not a man who's 100 years old without too much knee problems. My knees are of a person who's 100 years old that also has knee problems. If some of you know about these details, chondromalacia, patella grade, both knees, grade 4, final grade, the cartilage, the patella is gone. I don't know how. I have never had any injury. And I got meniscus tears in both knees. I don't even walk. I just sit. From this place, I go to my motorcycle and I go to my office and then I sit there. I don't walk for more than 100, 200 meters in a day. And I tore my meniscus in both knees somehow. Somebody explain this to me. How is this possible? Kodecha will win in a sparring match. I think Kodecha is genuinely going to win this match. Have the prelims started? Let me check. Only 100 people are watching because East versus West is also live. 1,700 people watching there. So you can turn on both if you have a couple of devices. Let's see. Prelims. What's going on there? Lack of walking. That's why. A lack of walking. I don't really buy it. How, like the cartilage degradation Okay, that is possible. Maybe it usually happens due to overuse of knees. But how did it happen by underusing the knees? How did the meniscus tear happen? I used to train for sprints a lot, but that was back when I was 19 or 18 years old. I was doing high knees with like 40 kilos on my back, and I was doing box jumps with weights. I was doing a bunch of stuff. But still, man, that does not explain everything that I have going on. And because of that, like if your base is weak, it becomes really difficult to train anything. I'll still try to get to less than 20% body fat. So I think I may be back to 22 once again because I stopped walking. So 22 to 20% while weighing the same, or maybe even getting a kilo heavier. So I think it's possible, easily possible. There are always pressures, man. You need movement, compression. But yeah, also the thing is, if the cartilage is gone, it cannot come back. Maybe with stem cells and stuff, it can happen, but no amount of exercise is going to grow your cartilage back. You only know the cause of that tear, honestly. Yeah. Even I don't know. When weight increases, then your usual it can happen if your body is not used to. I was 90 kilos 3 years ago, but I don't think that is the reason. Now I'm 79. Michael says Devon will bleed Levan and destroy him in round one. Yeah, I don't know what Michael was thinking when he said that. I was surprised. Like he said it with a lot of confidence. Pradeep versus winner of Courtney versus Nastasia match. Yeah, on the right, yeah, good match. Left, I think I can still take them down easy. Not in this shape, but for my left to like wake up, I need to do some bicep curls with 15 pounds, like Travis Vagent says. I can make a bold claim next year. I was thinking about like discussing it behind the scenes with a 80 kg world champion or something like that. Maybe Sarah Backman is not the champion now. I for sure know that there is no way I'm going to stop Sarah Backman. She's pretty strong. But how about still coming out, like discussing it with Dexter, discussing it with Sarah, and if they like the idea, like or any female arm wrestler, 80 kg world champion arm wrestler or 75 kg world champion arm wrestler, I'm also going to weigh the same. I can weigh anywhere between 70 to 80, 85 kilos. 75 would probably be my best, I think. 80 is a little heavy for me now. So then I call out, there is not a single female arm wrestler in the world who can beat me. And then if anyone accepts the challenge, I'm willing to bet like $2,000 of my own money. And then and then the bet is on. And where do we see the match? On the extended pass. Like that would create some of the, and just, is this a secret? Don't let everyone know if that have Barbara. Yeah, that's why I said wait. I'll also put a star mark. No female at my weight in the world. That's what I will say. And I'll weigh like 75 kilos. So do you think you can beat Akriti Kandari? Yeah, man. Of course I can. I have practiced with the on the right. She was tired. I practiced with the number one female arm wrestler of India, Nirmal Devi. She was tired, so I was easily able to take her wrist, but she was totally exhausted. So I don't know how fresh for fresh would go. But on the left, like I had to go like maybe 85% to stop her. Pradeep, change your shirt. It is completely ironic. Okay, training. Yeah, it's like the first time I'm wearing this t-shirt. Maybe the second time. I didn't even know what it says. I'm also planning to have a match with Fia. So that would, like, you are not going to get that match if you call her out. I'm going to get that match. So would you like to see something like that? And behind the scenes, I may also be like make some Indian racist remarks so that the fans get excited about it, and it won't hurt my feelings, but I will pretend that it is hurting my feelings, and then I'll get the Indian audience behind me that, well, that girl is being racist or something. Man, I have so many evil plans to sell that match. It may be a little bit fake behind the scenes, but I can make it look legit. But I have to train a lot, man, a lot, because I would assume that at world level, a 60 kg girl maybe at least as strong as the Indian super heavyweight female arm wrestler who weighs 100 kilos. That is the minimum. I don't think she can beat the 65 kg champion. Maybe a 55 kg woman can also be. So my level as of now is just like good enough for a 60 kg female world champion. Nothing more than that. So I'll have to jump from 60 to like 80 kilos. That is like 30% increase in strength. You think Bacho would beat Muratov? Yes. Yes. Bacho is awesome, man. I'm not sure why they keep on saying that, oh, Todd Hutchings has no one. Yeah, he may still beat Bacho pretty. No, he's not going to beat him pretty easily, let's be honest. Even if Todd beats him, it is going to be a war for sure. But why not Bacho versus Todd Hutchings? Why haven't we seen that match yet? Or they should have given Bacho to Bogdan Stoika before offering Bogdan Stoika a match. I don't think Bogdan has done anything to deserve that match. Yes, he beat Paul Lynn, but yeah, Paul was like maybe top five in the rankings. So if you beat a top five guy, I do think you deserve a match. But still, man, still. What about Bacho? But Bacho doesn't cut, man. He weighs in like 99, 100 kilos and he competes in 105. He can easily cut to 95. Maybe Bacho didn't want to cut weight. That's why they didn't give Bacho the Todd Hutchings match. So I don't know. Can you close the COC 2.5 now? Remember me, I asked you same last year. No way. I will be surprised if I can close the COC 2 today. I'm genuinely telling you, I'll be shocked if I can close it today. I need some water. Just wait for a second. I'm back with some ice cold. It's literally ice, lemon water. So yeah, two COC 2. I am going to bet against myself on whether I can close it or not. It's only a 30% chance that I can close it. I'm really weak now. I can. I'm not that weak. That's it. I'll need at least 1 hour to recover from that. Did you hear the knuckles crack? Okay, but Mazahir can beat Yuvraj. So who's number one? Yeah, that's a topic that we need to discuss. Your hair density looks better. Have you used Trya? No, no. It's all a myth. Like I'm almost bald at top. Not almost bald, but very few hair. Dynamometer score these days I'm struggling to get even like 83, 84. Like I have to go all out and then maybe I can once in a few days see 85. But there was a time when I was regularly doing 85 plus, like almost every other attempt is 85. My best is 90.0. I thought it maxes out at 90.0 because it says max 90 kilos. But no, when I tried with both arms, I think it goes up to 90.9 or something like that. And then it shows error. So my best is 90, exactly 90 kilos on the left arm. And on the right, the best is 79. You are much more likable in the live stream than in the videos. I agree with this. I agree with this. So the thing is, I don't try to defend myself because if it is working, why not? But disagreement sells. You have to understand that. If I agree with, let's say, five things that Brian Shaw said, and five things that he said I disagree with. So it's a 5 5. I'm going to mention one thing that I agreed with, and five things, all of the five things that I disagreed with. You know why? Because once again, disagreement sells. And that's why my videos are less likable than these live streams. Here I'm free. I don't need to sell the videos. I don't need the clickbaits. I don't need the hooks to kind of get you guys exciting. It's your free will in these live streams. You can leave if you want, you can stay if you want. So the more honest version of myself you're going to see only here. And I think it works the same for everyone. It's not just a me thing. All of the YouTubers work like that. Daniel Ustino versus Yuvraj Verma. No man, Yuvraj is too big, too strong. Ustino weighs like 78 kilos. Sandarsh, thank you, bhai. Bacho versus Petrenko would be good. Yeah, I think Petrenko is going to beat him. I would like to see Bacho in the 95 kg division. I mean, the guy weighs 100 kilos. What's your opinion on Jerry's future matches? We just discussed that like for 10 minutes, about 10-15 minutes ago. So you can watch that. You are all held hostage, hostage now, Pradeep, 2023. Did I say that in 2023? I don't remember. You think Bacho beats Shikadze? Yeah, I do. I do. Remember when Auden Glazer think Abhas will lose to Auden? I was also not really sure. Maybe I still am not pretty sure that Abbas is going to beat him, but I think it's going to be a good match. But Abbas is the favorite now, especially after seeing him beat Mazahir. Check the pay per view, it's already started. Okay, YouTube. Auden versus Jeremy is underway. ये ऑर्डन और जेरेमी वाले की तो थोड़ी बहुत एक राउंड की क्लिप भी लगा दी है बिकॉज फ्री टू वॉच है सो आई डोंट थिंक ईस्ट वर्सेस वेस्ट will mind too much if I use a clip of just one round. Depending on the Jeremy match, I think Orden can be a close or favorite against Havas. Pradeep talked in Hindi. Yeah. What happened to my voice, man? I can be watching on the laptop. Why do I need my phone for that? Let's disconnect it from the phone and connect the Bluetooth headset to the computer. Sometimes I think I should have started some gaming channels, gaming channel like live stream and stuff. While playing games, I think I can talk a lot, especially during single player games. That would have been awesome. Why don't I see boat rockers? Yeah, there it is. And that way I'll get an excuse to play games as well because I do want to play them. Resident Evil 4 used to be my favorite game when I was in school. Now I'll play it again a couple of days later. Far Cry 4, I also enjoyed it a lot because the location is like the language is also Hindi in that game. Most of not most of the times, but sometimes they do speak in that language. No, the event has not started yet. What are you talking about, man? Who said the match has started? Or has it? No, nothing yet. You're dedicated to the sport that you run the world number one arm wrestling news channel. So why don't you compete? Because I am lazy. I do have an excuse that I have a job too, so I don't get enough time to train. Yeah, my biological, no, what was that, the name for that age? Body age. My body age was 39. So my metabolism, they count some visceral fat and metabolism, and they do some calculations like resting metabolic rate, how much calories you are burning, and they guess your age. And my metabolic age was 39, even though I'm 31. That's how terribly out of shape I am. Because Dennis is not strong enough to compete against the top guys, and he will not compete against the lower guys, I think. That's why he's avoiding competition. Bacho versus UV. Can Yuvraj stop? No, no, that's not a match. Pradeep, will you eat Melody? No. East versus West should come in India as well. Yes, yes, I have been saying that to them. Maybe they can introduce some regional pricing. And instead of inviting Levan Saginashvili all the time, I have nothing against the guys, but 160 of you watching, I am well aware that in an ideal situation, a guest is not supposed to be working for you. But arm wrestling does not work like that. Like you have to provide some value if you're being invited as a guest. And when does Levan do anything as a guest? Has he ever uploaded any video on his pages that he's going to go to East versus West and show the awesome time that he's having? Has he ever made any vlog when he was invited as a guest? Does he even do practice pulls? Once he practice pulled against Kirill Sarichev and his ego got hurt. There was one or two times when he practiced with Devon, but these are very rare occasions, and he's a guest almost every single event. So I simply just does not see the point in inviting Levan Saginashvili as a guest. I don't think there is anyone. I don't think there are even 15 people in the world who are like, well, I wouldn't have bought the pay per view, but since they have invited Levan as a guest, now I'm going to buy it. I don't really think it works like that. So I don't see the point why they are inviting Levan Saginashvili again and again. Instead of that, they should invite some local YouTubers. Like spend that money on some fitness YouTubers that have like 1 million or 2 million subscribers. They can actually give you some audience that will have a lot of crossover. And since it's their business, their YouTube is their business, they'll be uploading a ton of content. Just do you like that idea or not? So whatever the amount they spent in flying Levan from there to here as a guest, I know they got him some stem cells too, but that also adds up to the cost. So instead of that, what about they spend the same money on a local YouTuber with a 1.5 million subscribers, and he uploads three videos from there, two videos from there, and like five shorts and five Instagram reels and stuff like that, and few community posts, and everything combined gets you like, let's say, 3 million, 4 million views. And he already has an audience that does not understand arm wrestling but are interested in fitness and strength because they're following a fitness YouTuber. That can actually have some carryover to arm wrestling. So instead of inviting Levan Saginashvili again and again as a guest when he doesn't really do anything, so invite some fitness YouTubers. That's my suggestion. Mark in the house. Namaste bhai. Good day to all of the Indian arm wrestling fans. Thank you, sir, for your favorite and my favorite 18 dirham super chat. You are awesome. Awesome. Is your left stronger than your right? Are you lefty or righty? Please flex both of them. I cannot even lift my right arm like that because I had shoulder surgery. That's all it goes. I cannot even flex my right arm, but I will try. You guess which one looks bigger. Yes, my left is strong, but the pronation on right is somehow stronger. It's weird. But left arm is much more strong. The containment is much better on the left. Cheat curl, I don't know. Something weird happened with my biceps. So this vein that goes like out here, whenever I do bicep curls, even with like 10 kilos for past few years, 3 4 years, it feels like it's about to explode. When I weighed 70 kilos, I cheat curled 70 kilos for a couple of reps. I mean, the weight said it's 70, but when I actually measured them on the scale, it was like 68. But still, 68 kilos, I cheat curled them for a couple of reps. And at that time, I was 70 kilos, 2018, I think it was. Now, I don't think I can cheat curl 70 kilos, maybe like 60, because something weird happened with my biceps. I don't know what. Yes. Yes, Mark. Thanks again for the super chat. It's East versus West time. That's why I didn't record any video about that. So and thanks to the audience, man. I have that privilege. No other arm wrestling YouTuber has that privilege that I can upload the videos even 2 3 days later, and still there's a big possibility that I'll get more views. Not a big possibility, but almost a certainty that I will get more views than other YouTubers. So thank you guys for that kind of support. I didn't talk about it intentionally now, and I even watched that podcast like 3 a.m. yesterday. So I haven't really had time to make videos about that. So at least a couple of videos I'll be making from that. And Devon did one point. Devon did mention something about grippers. He was like, in my young days, I closed the COC 3 like 7 or 8 times. No, you didn't. Either Devon forgot what number it was, or he was intentionally lying. Maybe he was talking about like a COC 2 or at best 2.5. Still, I would bet like $50,000 that Devon could have never closed a 2.5 8 times back to back. Just it's simply impossible. I don't think so, but definitely not a 3. My guess is Devon was talking about a 2, and by mistake he said 3. Joe Rogan seemed to be interested in grip. He was like, I have a 160 pounds grip. Like he was pretty interested in the grip stuff. And obviously, even my weaker hand has more grip strength than Joe Rogan's stronger hand. Mark with the third 18 dirham super chat for Levant Trek or whatever the fuck his name is. Levant Trek? Who is Levant Trek? Like, is that a someone who was in Levant Tren? Bro, you are very rich. Okay, Levant Tren is saying. So was Levant Tren asking some money? And instead of giving it to him, Mark gave more money to me. Am I supposed to give that to Levant Tren? Thanks again, Mark. Rogan just talk about BS. Honestly speaking, the way Devon used to be so articulate with his words, like just watch any Devon led podcast from 4 years ago. Like Devon is kind of slowly losing that ability. I'm not sure. He talks in a weird way. Like at 4 years ago, he would understand that there are some technical terms that Joe Rogan is not going to understand. And then he was like, he kept on saying, and Joe had to stop him like a couple of times. Like, bro, what are you saying? I don't understand. Explain that word to me. So for me, Devon was not as precise, as elegant with his words as I would have liked him to be in that interview. Yeah, 8'2". He was like 8'11" or something like that. Which caste do you belong to, Pradeep? Jat. Why would Alan Zoloev versus Makarov not happen? He will beat him. Let's see. Let's see if there's an event in Russia. There, Zoloev will compete for sure. But I'm not sure why he still cannot travel because his military training is clearly completed now. So he should be able to travel, or maybe not. Devon looks starstruck or nervous. Possibly, possibly. What job you do? Like two hand work. To when Joe Rogan even literally asked Devon, "What is two hand work?" And like Devon never really explained it to me. Like even till the end, Joe didn't get that arm wrestling someone with two hand. That's what Devon is calling two hand work. And how meeting Juji Mufu changed his mindset about his training. Joe literally had to ask Devon like two, three times, and still Devon couldn't explain what he himself was talking about. So there were many, many moments like that. Okay. Volume is good. Okay, sir, you were so strong back then. What happened to your shoulder and biceps? I am not sure, man. I have a broken neck, C1, C4, C5. Because of that, my shoulders are also messed up. My right shoulder, I dislocated it like 10 times before I got surgery. And since surgery, it has never been the same. Like, I don't even have the range of motion. If I can do it like this, like behind the ear, it doesn't really like see. That's it does not go like I can do this, but I cannot hold it because they shortened the muscle so that it does not dislocate again. I don't have any range of motion. Volume is very low for me. It's good now. It was my earphones. Best Indian arm wrestler right now. Yeah, we have to go with Yuvraj Verma, even though Mazahir beat him pretty convincingly. And even today, I think Mazahir can beat him. They did change the rankings, but should we really change the rankings because of what happened in the 100 kg category? Like if Devon loses to, let's say, Patrenko in 105, and at that time he was the 115 kg champ too. Do we say that he's not the 115 kg champ? So technically, I don't know how Mazahir lost his number one ranking because of losing in once in that 100 kg category. Yeah, he did not compete there. That's why they crowned the new champion. But I think Mazahir should be able to get a rematch against the number one guy whenever he wants. And the number one guy, as Mark is saying right now, is Yuvraj Verma. Do we know any specific reason why Ali Jan's left arm is so much stronger than his right? Maybe past injury. I am not sure. Like his right arm is how it is supposed to be on a 105 kg guy. It's his left arm that is exceptional. Yes, I do sometimes talk with Engin Terzi. And it was weird with Devon speaking about genetics and yeah, he didn't really know, but at least he did mention there that he doesn't really know what he was talking about. Still, he could have made it sound more exciting instead of apologizing a couple of times in advance for leaking Eddie Hall and Brian Shaw's medical stats. The size of Yuvraj Verma hand is big problem for Mindaugas. Okay, I don't think Engin watches these matches. Kim Kima will become number one in India in next 2 to 3 years. I thought Engin blocked you everywhere. No, no, no. That was like many years ago. Do you want Jerry to be the number one arm wrestler like me? No. I'm surprised the left arm Whereas didn't get invited to East versus West 24. Yep. Some people are saying that he left America or something like that. I'm not sure. Has the matches start? Has the first match started or no? Wow, it hasn't started yet. Almost 50 minutes now. I'm tired, Pradeep. Okay. Are you? I, in a very long time, I got more than 5 hours sleep yesterday. I'm going to get precisely 0 hours sleep today. So let's see. But I will still sleep at around AM, 8 a.m. and maybe wake up at 11. But no, I'm not tired. Tired, sleepy, and hungry. I don't know how these things feel. I never feel hungry. Like if I eat food in the afternoon today and you don't give me anything till for the next 24-30 hours, I don't really feel like eating. Well, it's because of that slow metabolic rate that I have. Maybe that's the reason. I never feel sleepy. I don't remember that feeling where I like some people go like they cannot open their eyes. I have to like force myself to sleep even if I don't sleep for like 30 hours. And the other thing is, what was the third thing? I forgot. Seems like Pradeep doesn't want to predict Mindogus versus Yuvraj. Mindogus versus Yuvraj. I think Yuvraj's hand will be too big. I think he's going to beat Mindogus. Other than Riser, Yuvraj, strength is. So Engin won't even watch Ermes versus Morozov. Yep. Let's do some Hindi. Okay. Devon said he had met two truly evil people. One is Engin. I was about to message Devon with that clip. Like, is one of them Engin? When he said two evil people. Match won't start for next 30 years. Yeah. And anyone, just for reference, I don't care if somebody sends this clip to Jody, like from the past experiences about what Travis Bajent said about Devon's Afghanistan tours. She got mad at him. I'm telling you now, anyone who's in a military and he's into some other country, you are there to do some evil stuff. You're not there to help that country. Let's get those facts straight. So stop acting like these soldiers, these veterans, as they call it in the West. They have done some great stuff for your country. No, your country was so powerful that it felt no threat from outside. And just so that your young guys with high testosterone and high tech military gear, they can mess around with people to just let the things inside him go out. You have sent your military to either loot those countries, to either, I don't want to get into the details with what happens with the women and children there, or to serve the rich businessmen in your own country, and most likely do all three of those things. That's why you go overseas, and only those countries who have a military so powerful that they feel no fear from other countries, they mostly send their troops. Mostly, not all of them. They mostly send their troops, and it is not for that country's benefit. It is for your own benefit. It is to ruin those countries. CJP, I don't know what CJP is. In your opinion, who has what? Man, the chat is moving fast. Are we talking about the King's move? Mark, the another one whom Devon hated is Pradeep. I don't think Devon hates me. Devon is so much cooler than he come across in the interview. Yeah. Pradeep said Yuvraj will win against Mendogas. Please stop spamming. Do you bet on arm bet? No. In your opinion, who is going to become the second strongest wrestler after everyone max potential. As of now, it's Devon. It could be Vitali. It could be Vitali. No, Cockroach Janta Party, I don't support. It is nothing. Just few people sitting in their home pressing a follow button does not create a party. It has no power. Nothing. Honest and showed himself well enough. Again, no matches have started yet. What happened to them? What happened to East versus West? Pradeep, why neat paper got leaked? It is good that leaked. It got leaked. I want to I want the youth of India to be distracted by these stupid things so that I have my path if I want to if I want to some start some businesses, if I want to focus on YouTube, so that I don't have enough competition. If the youth of India is stupid, they don't they get distracted by such things. It's good for me. I like that. I used to be that kind of guy that would try to give advice to some stupid people and tell them to focus on bigger better things, and then I was like, I am the stupid guy here. If they all start thinking like me, I'll have more competition in the future. So no, let them let them be idiots. I don't mind it. Bro, Pradeep, what are you saying? Remember me, Pradeep. You are my big fan. Yes, I am Sahil Prushti. Can Hermes beat Vitali Laletin right now? I would say no. Based Pradeep. Can you tell something interesting? I'm low key getting bored. Okay, you ask me something, then I'll try to respond in a B. Pradeep supports BJP. No, I don't support anything, any party. And when people say that the police is corrupt, the politicians are corrupt, and the bureaucrats are corrupt, they are not corrupt. Top is corrupt. Our whole country is corrupt because they are coming from us. Pradeep, you are so rude, man. Engin versus Yuvraj. They're showing a Devon Larratt video now, a recorded, pre-recorded video. They're getting down on their knees, or they're laying down. Armbar. Okay, so Devon is trying to get armbarred on his left arm. Devon immediately. He didn't even straighten Devon's arm. Why did he tap? Yeah, nobody in this world can defend an armbar. Definitely, definitely not Devon. So Devon got armbarred. Now he's getting triangle choked or something. That's not the thing. What I would rather like to see, not an armbar, but I would like to see, is that Gordon Ryan? So Robert Baxter is saying, let's see how long before Devon taps out. I would say Devon isn't even doing anything. Like he's not doing, literally not doing anything. But still, it's like 10, 15 seconds already. He didn't do anything, man. Didn't even try to defend himself. So we are seeing some jiu-jitsu fight between Gordon Ryan and Devon Larratt. Now he's trying a little bit. And it is impossible to go hard against a guy that you know is going to beat you up. You don't want to make him mad. Like we all would do the same. Is Devon going to pass out? He's like a modification of a triangle choke on Devon, Gordon Ryan. Now he taps out. Yeah, it still took him like half a minute. Devon, have I missed the prelim matches? No, the prelim matches have not started yet. You are the reason for India's corrupted system. I hope I was, but I'm not. Can they please start? I would rather like to see, and guys, purchase the pay per view. Use code Pradeep if you want 5% off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to East versus West. The audio is terrible. The audio is terrible. Can they please start? Yes, they have started. I would see like how fast, how much the jiu-jitsu guys or MMA guys, how much they can resist a rear naked choke from an arm wrestler. Because I would assume this is pretty strong. If an arm wrestler gets you into this, it will be pretty difficult to get out. I would rather like to see them getting choked out by arm wrestlers. Dance and sing, man, we are getting bored. You will get even more bored if I do that. They don't want Indian and Eastern. Yeah, clearly Dexter has something against India. Like, and Angin too clearly had something against India. They have clearly invited arm wrestlers that are going to bring less names, less views than Indian arm wrestlers, and they don't even have a high enough level. Maybe the audio will work better in the official matches. Yes, they will figure it out soon. They don't want Indian and East South Asian to the prelims. Yes, roses are red, violets are blue. If you spam on this chat, then timeout is for you. Mark with the fourth super chat of the night, single handedly making me rich. India government should give more support to Indian arm wrestlers. No, they don't. It's the social media days, man. Gone are the days of arm wrestlers complaining about support. Create your own support. I have built a platform for myself. If you guys okay, I don't train seriously and you guys already know that. Still you people would be willing to help me. The government has no interest in seeing you rise. Your fans do. Your viewers do. If I say today I have a table, I have all the equipments with me, but imagine if I didn't have it. And guys like Mark, if I approach 10 guys like Mark that hey, I know you watch the channel. I'm really thinking about doing something. I need to buy an arm wrestling table. It is going to cost me $250. Can you guys support me with like $25? I can create a live stream. I'll probably gain enough money to buy an arm wrestling table in just one live stream from the arm wrestling fans. And you may say it's like begging the fans, but I don't think in today's world there is anything wrong with that. I don't really do that, but if I had those intentions, if I didn't have the money, I would. But that's the thing. It is so easy in today's world that I don't think the governments should even support you financially at all in today's world. Like, it used to happen back in the days because there was no other way for you to earn money. Either the government gives you a job, they give you monthly salary just to play, but now you can create your own salary by recording your content. And the once I have a table, guys, I'll say, guys, I have like 7 8 good arm wrestlers in 100 kilometer radius. So tonight's tomorrow's not tomorrow, next week's practice will be live streamed. Can you guys support me a little so that I can buy some refreshments for them and treat them well, and maybe if I get enough money, cover their travel expenses too when they come to my home. For a guy, maybe like, for one guy, if they all come together, travel expenses will be like $4 or $5 for each guy. And to just arrange everything, I need like maybe $50 or $100, and I practice like that once a month when I invite everyone to my home. I'll easily be able to generate that kind of money from this channel. I know that for a fact. So if I want to like go that way in arm wrestling, I can effectively do everything for free. I can start approaching supplement companies. They'll see the growth, and definitely I'll get those sponsors if I work out. So it's like, yeah, yeah. In today's world, if you're waiting for the government to do something for you, you are and then you woke up. You are just being lazy. Pradeep taking creatine. I All of the creatine that I have bought, they've expired for years, and I've never been able to finish a creatine supplement ever in my life. Do you think From India has the potential to be in East versus West in their own categories? Siddhant Katuria, put him up against a top roller. He will do good. He does good against top rollers. Then Denik, of course, like, put Denik up against the number three guy in USA. Like Worzinski at 90 kilos, 85 kilos is going to be too much. I don't know who the second best guy is. Craig Tullier can also be a little too much, but put him up against like a third best guy in US 85 kilos. Satnam at 80 kilos, put him up against the second best guy in USA 80 kilos. Chetna Sharma, put him up against the, again, second, third best woman in USA in 65 kilos. So there are many good matches that Indians can have right now. Kim Kimabe, East versus West champ. Yeah, Kim Kima, that guy is awesome. Put him up against anyone in this world in his age category, and he'll do well. Pradeep will love you. We will support you. I will support you, Pradeep. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mohammed and Sahil Prushti. So, Auden Larrett, no, not that. The match is between Bob Brown and the guy with big hair. Who's that guy? He recently won the USA Nationals too, and he just dominated. He's like playing with guys like Jeff Hale and Vazgan. I had not seen him before. Good control against Bob Brown, and Bob was saying that that's a strong hand right there. So Isaiah Jones, 21 years old, 78 kilos. Bob Brown is 85 kilos. But this guy was awesome, man. USA Nationals, he went through everyone. Not that they had many big names there. Like, it looked like a small local tournament, not even a state level tournament. But still, he won the Nationals. Let's see what happens in the strap. Can he beat Bob Brown though? That's the question. Artem Ternenko couldn't, and Artem is like at least 7 8 kilos heavier than this guy, Isaiah Jones. But he's strong. Bob Brown stops the match, and he has started to crack Isaiah's wrist. But that's almost a pin. That's almost a pin. He still has a little bit of cupping left. The good thing is when he goes back to center, he can regain the list that he's losing. Now Bob Brown is coming back. Elbow foul on Bob. No, elbow foul on his Jones. That is going to be a good match, but it looks like Bob Brown's endurance is amazing. I've seen that many times. King's movers also get tired, but Bob doesn't really get tired. Even when he lost 3-0 to Yanis, or was it 3-1? That was last year. He still gave Yanis a pretty solid fight even in the last round. And if this guy, if he beats Bob Brown, then him versus Yanis is the next match to make. Like, don't even think about it. Book him, book Isaiah Jones to face Yanis Omolins next. Like, that's the most sensible match. The commentators for you in the East versus West live stream are, I think, Sarah Backman and Coach Ray. Was John Brezink also there? I think so. And the commentator for your live commentary stream that you're watching is Armwrestling News, Pradeep. Ready goes about to happen. Go. Bob Brown stops in center. Now he's even thinking about going offensive. Takes the hand. Isaiah regains the hand. It is a battle of hand control. Like they both are going sideways, but Bob has cracked Isaiah's wrist now. Now, like there is no getting it back from this position. Wow, it is going to be a 3-0. It is going to be a 3-0. Bob Brown is solid, man. He's 60 years old or what? And he's awesome. He is awesome. I'm not sure what kind of matches he had in the tournament, but there is no way he was going through everyone easy. So he also may have had some long matches in the tournament, but he doesn't get tired. The old man doesn't get tired. Why do you think who do you think from India has the potential? Okay, I've just read that comment. The chat kind of stopped there. Yeah, you can say so. I mean, for East versus West, Pradeep, we love you. Bob Brown versus Jones. Maybe PPL is not allowing him. I don't know, you guys. But whenever I talked with Indians with Engin about inviting some Indian arm wrestlers or Dexter, they never really show any interest in that. I'm not sure why. Why is the case? And Dexter keeps on saying Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Thailand. Bro, who cares about Malaysia, Thailand? India has 10 times more audience than the entire Southeast Asia combined. But yet, every time you hear them, every podcast you hear them, they're like, we got to get into Southeast Asia. I'm like, really? Do you really need to go there? Does Southeast Asia include China too, or not? Or is it South Asia? India has more arm wrestling fans than the population of Southeast Asia. Come on, man. India gets more views on arm wrestling content than the population of the country that they're trying to crack. Bob Brown stops the match once again in the center. He cracks the wrist. Isaiah is looking helpless. Does he have a flopless? No, he doesn't. Bob is on the offensive right now. Isaiah trying to do something with his broken wrist, side pressure. He's not in a press. He's not in a top roll. He's in a weird position that is only going to hurt him if he keeps pulling on for long. Bob Brown beats him in the second round, too. Bob got a cramp, some old man cramp. Possibly because there is less pay-per-view. Yes, yes, I do agree. There is less pay-per-view. But just inviting one arm wrestler from India, you don't really need to like sell pay-per-views with every single match. Like there are many matches. I'm going to tell you Courtney versus Nastasia. Who is going to buy pay-per-view to watch these two women compete? Just let me know. Maybe like Courtney can sell 5, 10 pay-per-views. Maybe Nastasia can sell 5 pay-per-views. That includes their family members. That's it. That's it. Even Indians are going to buy much more pay-per-views than that. I can tell you that much. If you invite an Indian arm wrestler, surely. So it's not about the pay-per-views. Pradeep, I think it will happen very soon for East versus West to come to India. Or PPL owner Parveen Dabas, he met Robert and Dexter too, and they had a good conversation. Maybe they will do something in the future together. I hope so. I hope so. I would like to see an East versus West event in India. Yes, they won't be able to sell the in-house tickets, they're making a lot of money doing that right now. Indians will not pay that much, but there can be other benefits when you come to India. The cost will go down of production. So if you are making like $200,000 selling ticket, you can save that amount of money when you organize the event in India. All of your athletes, they have messed up arms, they can use India as m- medical tourism. Get MRIs done on both their hands for like $100 combined price for two MRIs, and the same day, no waiting. Bob Brown beats Isaiah Jones 3-0 in the prelim match between the qualifiers from the King of the Table tournament. Good match, but completely one sided. Still no flash pins, nothing like that. It's a good match. So yeah, you save the money and maybe you introduce regional pricing for Indians, but you definitely get a larger audience if you don't sell the venue tickets. You'll get a much larger audience than anything you have seen before. A lot of people are going to be watching the matches, so you can show the sponsors that, hey, we had a 15,000 people arena, and it was like all packed. We have that many fans who can travel to watch an event, even though the tickets were free. There were no tickets, but still. Most subscribed arm wrestlers on YouTube are Akimbo and Sachin Goyal. Yeah, why have they not invited Akimbo yet? Like he was like a youth world champion from WAF in his weight category. Akimbo. And Sachin Goyal, like, put him up against the 10th, ninth ranked 80 kg guy at East versus West. Bob almost passed out just now. I mean, what is the reason for so much wear and tear in your body? Was it gym or accident? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, neck was definitely accident. Shoulder was also dislocation. You can say it's an accident. But knees, no, nothing happened to my knees. Just like chess tournament, if there's an Indian chess player, the tournament will get a lot of views. Yeah. Yep. Just see how much Indian support chess or any sport for that matter. There is a video, there is an Instagram video. You may doubt it. An Instagram video where Danik Lalrat Luanga from India, he's calling out Daniel Ustinov. So nobody knows Daniel Ustinov in this world. We have watched him at East versus West a couple of times, but you get the point. Nobody really knows who he is. Danik is calling him out for a rematch because he beat Danik, and the reel has 50,000 likes. A call out, 50,000 likes. Like, why is East versus West missing out on that kind of fan following? Devon Larratt can call out anyone in this world he wants, and the video will not get 50,000 likes. I can guarantee you that. Can you even believe it without even watching it? An arm wrestler is calling out an arm wrestler that nobody knows, and he's getting 50,000 likes on that reel. They're live streaming in the event on East versus West channel. No prelims, three prelims matches we have, and then we'll move on to the main event. Bob is saying he could be my grandson. He's only 21-year-old. Bro, if Danik beats Daniel, then Abbas is pretty bad. Danik has that aura, that international aura. Very best athletes doesn't guarantee your organization will grow faster. Yep. It's clearly, I think it's clearly something against Indians because there have been many arm wrestlers who are not at the level of Danik, who does not have the 100th of the social media presence that Danik has, and they have been invited to East versus West. What's the pay-per-view cost? Has there been a raise? No, I don't think so. Maybe they even dropped the price. India has the, speaking about pay-per-view price, if you want 5% off or $1 off, use code Pradeep. The pay-per-view has not started yet. It will start after 1 hour. So you still have everything left that you will pay for. Yuvraj versus Rickard Borman. Nah, nah, nah. Rickard is too strong. Yuvraj versus Dhuan will be a better match. Pradeep, when will you compete in arm wrestling? Next year, by the end of this year, I'm thinking about that concept, and I got that idea from that guy who called out Coach Ray. Like, about him nobody cares because everyone knows that he's not going to touch Coach Ray. But I'm like, and when I watched him arm wrestle, like practice with Paul Lynn and stuff, I even put a comment under Paul Lynn's video. I was like, bro, forget about Coach Ray. I don't think this guy's going to beat me after 1 year of training if I also train. But I think I got that idea from him that I can call out a female world champion arm wrestler of my weight category. And then I was like, then we see the progression and stuff. So I think I can get some fans excited about it. There is no way he beats Ustinov. Now he's much bigger. Maybe he can make it interesting. He's weighing like 90 kilos now, and Ustinov is lighter. Vethozo versus Askar. That's a good match right there. That is a good match. India is a big elephant that is moving slowly just because of the weight it holds, but it will never stop developing. Yeah, he did great. He did get pretty convincingly but who knows? Yeah. Let's hope that he has a lot to improve. Not it, but I'm telling you, there is no excuse to not invite Indians now. Uh, That's a big loss for the organization. And Pradeep, what's funny is Indian audience is promoting arm wrestling more than East versus West itself, making edits compilation. Yeah. If like imagine if Danik gets even like one pin over anyone at East versus West. So many reels. That one clip is going to give them like 30 million views, 40 million views in different clips. Not in the long form content, but in the short form content, it will guaranteed like you can invite. I'll probably give. I can probably give you like 5 names from Indian arm wrestling and the short form content. I'm not again not talking about long form content, but the shorts and reels. They will guaranteed generate more views than Devon Larrett. That Devon is going to get from his matches. Pradeep, are you currently in India? I'm in India. Yuvraj is versus Rickard. If I could travel outside of India right now, I would be at East versus West because Dexter has already invited me like 2 3 times. Rickard should be top 15 in super heavyweight. Steel pronator. Who was that guy? Who's that bald man, little man? Leukemia. Arm wrestling Wolf. The recent Kurdecha and Ali John's fight was set up, I suppose. Yeah. Who would who would you think can be opponent for Yuvraj? Yuvraj, who is slightly ahead of Orden Larrett, slightly stronger than Orden. Coach Ray, no, I don't think so. Yuvraj was telling me that he's going. Coach Ray is not a match. He was talking about and calling out Coach Ray, and he was like, "I'm going to just dust that guy 3-0, not even close." I didn't really believe him at that time, but now he's pretty strong, and Coach Ray is also lighter, so that match doesn't make sense. And who else? Who else? Yuvraj versus Bowen still maybe too strong. Yuvraj versus Bowen next year can be a good match. Ryan Bowen, but they won't let Bowen compete against Yuvraj. The PPL will not allow that because of the relationship. Who else? Who else is slightly? Give me a name that is slightly weaker than Ryan Bowen, like 5% weaker than Bowen. That's a good match for Yuvraj. Bethozo has lifted 71 kilos, dumbbell and preacher hook curl. Pradeep, bro, why is there no hype for this event? I used to see videos on news channels about athletes' workouts, arrivals in the events, but this time it's completely silent. Yeah, I don't think they're going to sell much pay per views on this one. Who holds the most potential to go to East versus West from India in any weight category? Siddhant can do that, 90 kilos. Denik, I think Denik needs to get down to 80 kilos, 78 kilos if he can. He can also probably do something there. Or 85. 85. Siddhant also needs to go down to 85 because there is no 90 kilo category at East versus West. And then who else we have? Abhas, just because he's a big name, Abhas versus Orden can happen there at 100 kilos. Courtney, I think Courtney should win against Nastasia. Let's see. Let's see. Her ride is pretty strong. So unlike that guy that called out Coach Ray and everybody laughed at him, I can probably make it look interesting because people will think that okay, right now Pradeep is getting destroyed by the female champion, but maybe if he really takes it seriously, then he may do something. Who knows? And then few months later, we will see. Okay, he is taking it seriously. Now we got a match. So I'll probably do that next year. 31st December, call out the female world champion. They were throwing bottles at each other because Kodecha was saying Alijan's bride is not good or something like that. For next match is Siddhant versus Satnam. Denik also 70 kg back pressure. And Dara Singh can also be a good match. Give him a hooker at 90 kilos. He'll do good. Sachin versus Dara. Courtney is 38. Nastasia is only 20. 70 kilos. Both 168, 170. Similar height, similar weight. Age is a big difference. Sarah is saying that she arm wrestled Courtney a couple of months ago, and she was really impressed with the strength that this woman possesses. She's a powerhouse, as per Sarah Backman. Like even in this live stream, I rarely upload Indian content, and still I get more comments about India than others. More comments from Indians, so you can see the fan base in India. Nastasia versus Courtney, just end this. Anybody end this match quickly, or make it really exciting. Not like the Bob Brown match where it doesn't end quickly and it is one sided. Courtney's trying to hold on. Nastasia hit sideways, but her thumb got stuck somewhere in the fingers of Courtney, and she's not allowing her to slip. Oh, she's calling her out now. It looked something like Vitali versus Hermes slip, where Hermes is going sideways and Vitali is holding on to the thumb. Man, I think she's going to Courtney is going to end it quick, judging by this round. How much viewership Pro Panja got? So first season was like what was it? 32 million unique viewers. Second was like 40 something unique viewers. I'm forgetting the numbers. First was I think first season was 32 and second was a little over 40 million unique viewers we're talking about. Do you get something by promoting East versus West? Yes, yes, a lot actually. I've made like a almost a couple of thousand, no, more than a couple of $1,000 from the past few events. So every person who purchases a pay-per-view, I get $1. If you get the pay-per-view and use code Pradeep, you get $1 off and I get $1. So that way I sold more than 2,000 pay-per-views in last couple of events. Dara was struggling against Askar and had a terrible performance in this year's nationals. Yeah, he would have eventually beaten Askar in that hook battle. I think he did beat, or somebody fouled out. I forgot what happened in that match, but he looked stronger. So yeah, East versus West is giving me a lot of money to promote their matches. But this time, this event is doesn't have that much hype. I also didn't upload many videos, so that will drop to like $500 for this event, surely, maybe even less. Who knows? And if I promote their products, I get 5% on that too, which I don't do. Like it's difficult to promote a product that you don't have with you. Yeah, easily. She easily stops Nastasia, takes her hand. The match has still kind of stopped, but it is going to eventually end one sided. Now she's going for a press. Wow. That girl is amazing. With just 2 years of experience, she held on to the side pressure hit, brought her back here, full wrist curl, and then immediately transition, beautiful transition behind her shoulder to press her down. Usually, I see very rarely that females arm wrestle like that, but Courtney is doing that. That was really impressive. This match is over. This match is over. A beautiful transition. I'm really impressed. I don't see that kind of transition even from like world champion female arm wrestlers. Like you wouldn't see such an easy, smooth transition even from someone like Carolina, who's really impressive at the 65 kg category. Oh, Nastasia puts her in a hook. That's interesting. That's interesting. Wow, she's going to win it. She is now Courtney fouls. Wow. Courtney needs to be more careful. Nastasia put her in a hook. She should get a loss. Like that shit is ugly, man. You're getting pinned and you lift your elbow like a feet above the elbow pad. That should always be a loss, in my opinion. Like you shouldn't be getting easy restarts like that. So Courtney knows now the hook is working. Nastasia is not strong enough inside. But I still do think that Nastasia like didn't really anticipate that a hook may be coming. Now he'll be applying more pressure in the setup, more pronation in the setup. So she should be able to prevent that hook. She should be. Let's see. Let's see if she can. No, not really. She gets put in a hook once again. It's trouble time. It's trouble time. No, no, no. She has stopped it in the center. Still elbow foul. Second elbow foul is it? Wow. She lost the round. Like she looked so impressive. I thought the match is over, but I didn't know like Nastasia can change the game plan right in the first round. She was going for a top roll, didn't really work. She went for a hook, won the first round. So it's 1-0 Nastasia. Courtney is not winning in a hook. She has to force the top roll. She has to force the top roll. Prime John versus Prime Pushkar and Prime Morozov, Prime John. Tawheed, Denik, Satnam, Paranjit, 80 kg Steve Thomas. That's why I said put Dara Singh against a hooker and he's going to give you a good match. Like the good top rollers, especially the ones with wrist control, like Tawheed also has, they're going to create a lot of trouble for Dara Singh. Plus, Dara is an entertainer. People are going to enjoy watching his match if the match gets stopped. R- Again, the match goes in a hook, so the pronation is not really working. Now she's getting behind her shoulder. Wow, how did she make it so easy? This time also, Nastasia put her in a hook, but Courtney was behind her shoulder. She was like, she just blocked it there, and she was like, never mind, and just easily pushed her down. Such an easy finish in a hook from Courtney. I did not see that coming. Like she did block the side pressure from Nastasia with her own shoulder, but it shouldn't have been this easy. Maybe Nastasia is getting gassed out. Maybe Nastasia is getting gassed out. And also the problem with arm wrestling as of now is that they try to invite people successful in other fields to arm wrestling. Like I don't remember the name of the boxing event where the big celebrities, the YouTuber guys, they arm wrestled, and it was huge, like millions of dollars involved. Instead of trying to get guys like Smaev or the strong guys, instead of trying to get them and force them to have a couple of matches and then they eventually quit, instead of that, just have one off things, like invite some YouTubers and have them train for like 3 months 6 months, and just we need to watch some matches between them. That can bring more eyes on the arm wrestling community. And maybe use king of the table for that, like one event where purely it is just celebrity style matches. Courtney blocks the hook once again. No side pressure is accessible to Nastasia. She's really tight, and then easily pins her opponent. 2-1 for Courtney. It's over. It's over. Now it is over. I thought it was already over in the first round, but now it's officially over. Either it's a war or Alijan loses. She didn't drag. Can you please explain why Vitali is called unhookable? He's too fast, the height, the leverage is too much. Like you literally have to grab him a little bit lower if you want to force a hook. Then he'll have access to too much side pressure. You cannot stop him if you grab him low. That's the reason. I have already answered this many times. A little over 40 million unique viewers they got in season 2. Hey Pradeep, please answer Prime Pushkar, Prime John. What is the question, man? Yeah, that's your question is a little too difficult to understand. How much viewership pro when again you're asking you need to get blocked. Hey Pradeep, please answer. She didn't know how to drag in a hook. Courtney has some solid abs too. You can see that when she's breathing. Just get it over with, man. But good back and forth battle. She gets caught this time. Nastasia tried to top roll and got caught. Elbow foul on Nastasia. Will East versus West be held in India in near future? I hope so. They have not really shown some interest. Pradeep is busy watching Courtney abs. Yeah, I cannot take my eyes off, really. Pushkar just before probably beats John as well, and John should beat anyone else on the list. Even a juiced up John in 2023 was not far from Devon putting it on him. Brian Shaw quitting arm wrestling to focus on bikini. Nastasia goes for the top roll. Her thumb gets caught once again. It's going to be difficult for Courtney to get the pin from here, but maybe she can because now they're both are tired. They're talking. They're talking. Yep, yep. That's Courtney gets the pin. She didn't let her slip. Too much hand control. Wow, that's a good celebration. I don't really see that kind of aggressive and emotional and confused kind of celebration from a woman. I like it. I'm buying this match. I like it. Invite Courtney again. She's she's good for the pay per view. This lady's, and I was about to say that she'll get some haters, and the first comment that I read from PUK Vuji 93. This lady is annoying. She's a beast. I like her look as well. The Dikyan injury and comeback update. Yeah, yeah, that video is long. Due Pradeep Vets Courtney. Pradeep, you might sleep in couch tonight. Will Devon beat Levan in third match? I'm born to fucking do this. I'm born to be on this fucking stage. That's what she's saying. I mean, you guys can watch it on YouTube. It's free to watch. Why am I reciting it like it's a pay per view? Invite her again so I can watch her abs. She's trying to talk like Matt Mask, and it's cringe. At least it's different from what other female arm wrestlers are doing. It is kind of cringe. Yeah, I do agree with it, but I don't mind it. Fan funding. Did I? No, no, I did not miss any. We have all four. Okay, Sahil Prushti with also gave me a super chat. Thank you, Sahil Prushti, for 1,000 rupees super chat. I think you were talking about Mark. Okay, that's enough. I don't want to hear a 5 minute speech from her. Come on, Neil. No, he's asking more questions. Who's next? So Neil wanted to ask her who's next. He could have simply said, "Who do you want to pull next?" or "Who's next?" Instead, he like gives a two sentence filler before that, speaks a bunch of nonsense, and then who do you want next? Come on, Neil. Time is precious now. They are always sweating trying to get the event under 5 hours, 4 hours, whatever the time is. And Neil is putting two sentences before the who do you want next question. First, you guys need to sort Neil Pickup out with these post match interviews. Why you change your prediction? Sometimes you say that Khan will destroy Alijan, and Alijan. I don't think I have ever said that the Khan will destroy Alijan. I don't think. Show me. Where did I say that? I don't think I ever said, especially after watching the Khan lose to Prudnik. I've always said that Alijan will beat the Khan. So now there will be the final prelim match: Auden Larrett versus Jeremy Parker. So I think this is going to be one of the longest events. If if some of the matches are close, like it is already almost 2 hours since the actual time when the event was supposed to start, and we only have seen two matches. This is going to be the slowest event ever, and two undercard matches. 2 hours where, and we are not even done with the prelims. In super heavyweight, you replied me. Okay, in super heavyweight, yeah, it can still be interesting. Alijan is 105. The Dikan is close to 118. No, I don't think Mazahir should gain back to 110. Bacho versus David Dadikian. Because eventually these guys are going to be untouchable for Mazahir. Like, there will be, even if he gets his revenge on Abhas, even if he beats Yuvraj once again, eventually there will be a time when he cannot beat these guys because they're young. And at that time, I mean, Mazahir is also young. He's like 32, 33, 34, but still, I do believe they have more potential than Mazahir. Hassan is doing good. So that's why I think eventually he'll have to go down to 100 kilos anyway. So why not now? But he should definitely have at least one more match against both of them. If he feels like he can do better in the super heavyweight, then yeah, he should bulk up at least for that one match. If he still cannot beat Abhas or Yuvraj, then surely he should go down. Still, Yuvraj and Abhas with less than 5 years of experience. Yeah. Yuvraj literally started arm wrestling in 2023. So he has like a little over 3 years of arm wrestling experience. Abhas maybe four. How long do you think until the main event? That's a good question. Maybe. I hope it's less than 4 hours. I'm not sure though. And the audio is like messed up right now. Like not matching the video. Is it so for everyone? John was tremendously trained from childhood. Pushkar was a large man, solid guy. Okay, Ryan Ballinger versus that is also an undercard match. I didn't know that. East versus West arm wrestling. Ryan Ballinger. They didn't tell us that it is going to be. Yeah, they did tell us that it is going to be an undercard match. Then after that, we have Auden versus Jeremy Parker. So yeah, it will be like almost 3 hours, and when we get done with the prelim matches. I mean, 3 hours from the time it was supposed to start, but it started like 50 minutes or 1 hour late. I'm getting bored. I'm watching it on YouTube, and the suggestions videos says Resident Evil Veronica announcement trailer. Even though I didn't really like it when I watched the trailer first, I want to click on it more than watch these matches because they are so slow. Jason Merlo on the right, Ryan Bellinger on the left. Ryan tried to force the hook on Jason. Jason's pronation was too much. Ryan lifted his elbow to get some cupping, to get some containment, and yet that was not enough. Elbow foul on Ballinger, and he still had to burst his own wrist back just to get a slip. He has realized that trying to force the hook, especially without the straps, is not going to work on Jason. So let's see if he goes for a different strategy. I think he's going for a flop slip. I think he's going for a flop slip. The way he's setting up. No, he's going for a hook, and he did set the hook. Wow. Too much side pressure. Sasha Andreev style hook just completely blocked access not only to Jason Merlo's side pressure but to his back pressure also. So even a defensive top roll was not an option for Jason in this one. The way he just threw his shoulder at that hook into that hook, it was amazing. God, even though he kind of forecasted it, telecasted it to Jason, still it was kind of a surprise win. And in the replay, I can see there was a lot of finger containment as well. So it was not just shooting for position, but also forcing the position. It involved both. Can he do that again? Let's see. My prediction was Jason Merlo, and he Jason gets beat without even getting to the strap. When you are hooking a top roller without the strap, it is usually good news for you. So it was pretty smart for Ryan when he tried to force the hook and didn't get it. He flopped his own wrist to get the slip and tried it again. It worked the second time around. Jason is switching to a slightly lower hand top roll. Let's see if he can avoid the hook. They say the arm wrestling experts say that low hand top roll is probably the best move to prevent a hook from being set by a hooker. Let's see if Jason can do that. Jason is going full low hand top roll. Yeah, he did stop it. Did stop it. Elbow foul, just like the first round. An elbow foul on Ballinger trying to set that hook. Still, we have not seen the strap yet. Yep, the low hand top roll works. Brian had to let his wrist go, get a flop press slip, and now we are in the strap. So looks like Jason is doing well with that low hand top roll. I'm not sure what kind of top roll Ryan Ballinger has, but judging by this setup, even in the straps, I don't think Ryan is going to hook Jason now. But that low hand, it makes you vulnerable to a top roll. You get out top roll because your wrist is already dropped and you're not recovering that riser during the match. So if Ryan has a top roll too, maybe he can surprise Jason with that. Let's see. But hooking Jason Merlo by Ryan in the strap, it may not be as easy as it was in the first round without the strap. Let's see. Jason going for that low hand once again. Ryan trying to shoot for that hook. He gets the hook. He gets the hook and he almost pins Jason. Yep, 2-0 it is. 2-0. Jason, like not quite there, not quite there. If he had like 5-10% more in the pronation, 5% more, maybe he could have gotten the wrist, but not quite. That's a good hook from Jason. Nice strategy. He tried to be a little too offensive, Jason. I would have loved to see him be a little bit more defensive. Like give up the arm just to keep the pronation, but he didn't do that. He tried to attack everything at once. Let's go back to the chat. It's been a while. In my opinion, even today, Pushkar wouldn't be higher than 5 or 6 pot. I kind of agree with you. Mazahir only needs low hand top roll and no one can come close to Mazahir Saidu. 3.5 inches taller than Abhas, so I do think he has a massive frame advantage over Abhas if you think that Abhas can't put weight because he's jacked. You can believe. I mean, Yuvraj does have a frame advantage. You just need to stand. I've stood next to both of them. So yeah, he does have a frame advantage. You can clearly see that. Why Richard Boardman always make a video like he's giving a speech in a parliament? Is Andres my all hype? Brian, just hook him without the strap. Get this match done with. Even though I predicted Jason Merlo to win, I would like my prediction to go well. Jason stops the hook this time. He's not cracking Ryan's wrist. I think he can. No, no, he cannot. He gets put in a hook. Wow, that was a big mistake. I think there was a moment where he could have went for the wrist, but he was thinking I can probably hold him there and crack his wrist later on. He was trying to avoid the slip. I think he could have taken the risk if he wanted to, but he was just holding on, hoping that he could win without the strap. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. Ryan Ballinger hit sideways. He got the cupping and he finished the match in a hook. Good, good. 3-0 victory for Ryan Ballinger. Great performance. Trend and only 105 people watching. Yeah, because everyone is watching the East versus West live stream, I guess. 6,000 people. How many are watching? 6.5 thousand people watching. That is amazing. The East versus West live stream. Any update about Khalid Dubai gym guy? Nope. I'm not sure if he's even in Dubai. I don't think he's in Dubai now. He has not been there for like last 3 years, I guess. I'm watching you, buddy. Who are you watching? I'm a man, so I decided to hook. That's what Ryan is saying. Ryan versus Bacho and Yuvraj. Nah, man, why are you comparing Bacho with anyone else? Like, no, no, no. He's like one of the top five guys in the world. Even at 105, I think he can be close to top five. Definitely top 395. I would like to, like, if you give me East versus West matchmaking, one match that I would like to make is Sasho Andre versus Adam Warzinski. That match is going to be something, man. But Sasho has said that he won't cut to 85 kilos. That's the problem. But Warzinski is also pretty big. Like, let them face at 95. 95 kilos, Sasho Andreev, Adam Warzinski. Like, you are in for a battle. Uh, Ryan Bellinger has won all of the matches at East versus West. He's 3 and 0. That's amazing. Yeah, give him Sasho then. Why not? Why not? How much did these guys weigh? Like he looks too big for an 85 kg guy. Was it a 95 kg match? Let me go back and check it. It has to be 95. Like there's no way this guy weighs 85. Let me check again. Or maybe somebody has already mentioned it by now in the comment section. There is no way this, yeah, 95, 94 kilos. Bacho versus Todd Hutchings and Nugo. So yeah, Brian Bellinger versus Abhas Rana. How about that hook battle? Bacho and Reno rematch is good. Reno is not in good shape. Yuvraj needs to challenge Mazahir if he thinks he's better now. You've seen amazing performance of Bacho Digmilashvili at European Championship. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And every time Bacho Digmilashvili, I think he is, every time that Georgian kid wins WAF or even World Championship, Abhas Rana must be feeling good. I don't think since the day Abhas beat him pretty bad left and right at WAF to win the gold. Since then, I think he has been, and since then Abhas has not competed. Since then, he has been winning. Bacho has been winning everything at Europeans and Worlds. I think he became a world champion too. Cockroach Janta Party make some noise. Thank you, Mark, once again. So yeah, Bacho Digmilashvili, he's doing well in his category. He's always winning at WAF. And when Abhas and he faced each other, Abhas beat him pretty bad in a hook. Can Abhas still beat him? I would say yes, because now he's much bigger. Bacho is, I don't think he's even 90 kilos and Abhas is 100. Mm, over 100. Jeremy Parker versus Arden Larrett. I think Arden should win this. Oh, this is a different Bacho. He's like 18 or 19 years old. This Bacho, 18 years old maybe. Alijan versus Vitali. That's the match we need to see. Please welcome Arden Larrett. I hope Arden wins, man. I hope Arden wins. Because even though like Pro Panja League doesn't really have a problem with Arden losing too much, they still want the Abhas versus Arden match. But man, like Arden lost to Coach Ray, he lost to Artem Ternenko. Did he win his last match? I think he did win his last match, but if he loses to Jeremy as well, the Abhas Rana match loses a little bit hype. But if he beats Jeremy, then yeah. Even though Jeremy is like 14, 15 kilos heavier than Arden, then still like Arden is kind of looking bigger than Jeremy. So Jeremy is really confident, and the way he trash talks to, the way he presents himself, like his answers, I absolutely love the young guy. He's awesome. Like watch some Jeremy Parker interviews, and he is simply awesome with the microphone. Like he answers everything precisely. Doesn't himself say a lot many things, but he gives like some detailed answers in a very smart, attractive way, like that is attractive to the ear to listen to. Let's go, Arden. Let's go, Arden. Jeremy with a good setup. Good setup. Is he going to force the hook? So Jeremy thinks that Orden's hand may be stronger, but even if he takes his hand, it wouldn't matter. He will just go sideways as long as he has his pronation and he will get the match. So he's thinking about winning something like how Artem Ternenko won against Orden Larrett. But I just don't see Jeremy having the side pressure of Artem, even though he's like 30 kilos heavier than Artem. So there is one warning on Jeremy. He's not listening to the referees. Good top roll, good top roll, even slip. Initially, Jeremy had the hand control, but Auden somehow regained it before the slip, and Auden's hand finally went over the top, but it was dead even. Dead even. So Jeremy is also also is a top roller. I've never watched any of Jeremy's matches, so I'll have to wait and see how he arm wrestles. Jeremy versus Auden, first round in the strap. Shoulders are getting squared. Bill Collins is the referee. You don't need to warn the athletes that you're going to give them a warning. That sort of warning is for Bill. Bill is saying, if you do that, I'm going to give you a warning. That already is a warning. That's am I tripping? Am I drunk on lemonade? Isn't it a warning? If you say something, if you round one, ready, go. Wow, Jeremy destroys Auden. No, Auden stops him pretty close to the pad. That's amazing. Wow, I was not expecting that. Auden is standing tall and he's holding Jeremy an inch above the pad, even though Jeremy has. Now Jeremy goes for a flop. Auden elbow fouls. Wow, wow, that's interesting. Jeremy was so fast off the go, like blazing fast, almost Todd Hutchings fast. Great top roll, just straight, almost to the pad. And Auden was just standing tall and holding him here. He did not have too much pronation. He definitely lost his cup. I was surprised. I was surprised. And he did say something about King's move. Like there was a moment where Auden could have rolled out with his King's move, but he did say that initially. Auden said before this match that there was a weakness in my game. As soon as I felt that my arm is going down, I would immediately drop my body and switch to a King's move. That was a mistake. Now I don't do that anymore. And he really didn't do that this time. He could have easily cracked Jeremy's wrist if he dropped into a King's move, but he didn't. He didn't until Jeremy switched to a flop press. uh, After watching this first round, even though Auden almost lost it, he was like that much away from the pin for like 10, 10, 15 seconds. Still, I'm liking Auden's chances to win this match. About to start once again. Jeremy versus Auden. Jeremy hit sideways, and this, oh man, almost, yeah, this has to be a pin. Too much top roll from Jeremy Parker. Too much top roll. Is Auden getting gassed out or what? Can he stop the next round? Nobody's more happier than Travis Bajent seeing Auden Larrett lose. Man, is Auden going to lose to a 22-year-old American arm wrestler who has less experience than him? Yeah, he is kind of arm wrestling like Todd Hutchings. Coach Ray saying that was a great Todd role from Jeremy Parker. Auden keeps on talking about his great endurance. Let's see if he can do something with his endurance or not. Because the speed is definitely with Jeremy, the pronation is definitely with Jeremy, the side pressure is also with Jeremy. He lacked a little bit of finishing power in the first start of the first round, but he did make up for that in the second start. So as of now, everything Jeremy has over Auden. So what can Auden possibly do now? Is endurance even going to matter if the rounds keep ending like that? Does Auden even have a better endurance than Jeremy? How did this slip? Let me watch again. Wow. This time, this time, Auden had some hand control. Looked like he elbow foul too, but before that there was a slip. Round two in the strap. Bill Collins is about to start this thing. The down ref thinks that Auden is a little bit supinated. Adjusting the position. We have Neil Pickup carefully watching the match from the background. Jody obviously worried about his youngest son, her youngest son. This time a little better from Auden. Now he's laughing. Auden is laughing. Auden is trash talking. He has cracked Jeremy Parker's wrist. And wow, Auden is in a great position. Was it an elbow foul on Auden? Auden is confident. He cracked Jeremy's wrist. It was like it almost looked like a elbow foul. Let me see that again. Mm, debatable. It looked like his elbow went outside from the backside, just a little bit. Maybe the endurance has started to kick in. He did stop him close to the center this time. The side pressure was not there. Auden tells a lot of shit, but he only ever beat non-arm wrestlers. He Auden needs to win this match, man. We have to have some hype behind the Avas Rana and Auden match. Gonna be a good war. Round three. They're getting strapped up already because they slipped a couple of times. So, as per East versus West rules, if you slip twice, you go to the strap in the rest of the rounds. We still have two more rounds left in this match. Did the side of the table matter? Is Jeremy again going to be offensive? Is he going to take him close to the pad? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Takes him close to the pad, but Auden has cracked his wrist. Wow. Auden was like fully on the defensive and his arm was a little bit down, but he was cracking Jeremy's wrist. Elbow foul on Auden. Auden didn't think it was an elbow foul, but the referee thought so. So he does get an elbow foul. But Jeremy saying that's a pin, but no, that's not a pin. Auden has stopped him. Jeremy needs to switch to a flop. He does switch to a flop. Auden may have to foul from here. Elbow foul. Second elbow foul on Auden. Auden is saying that he's pushing me. Auden is protesting. He's saying that Jeremy changed direction. He was not pressing down. He was pressing towards me. That's why he was pushing me off the pad. No question, Auden is saying. Travis is mad. He's saying like you cannot have a king's move and pushing not be allowed. If you are in a king's move, then pushing you off the pad should be allowed. Obviously, Travis wants Auden to lose this match. Come on, Auden, come back. Mark with another super chat. Is it like the sixth super chat of the night from Mark? The VIP of the show? Thank you. Thank you, Mark. John, Auden, Coach Ray, all of the three commentators don't think it was a push. Jeremy doesn't think it was a push. Auden thinks it. They have reviewed it. Call stands. Auden loses the protest, and Travis Bagent is celebrating in the commentary box. 2-1 Jeremy Parker. I also agree with what Travis is saying. Even Devon Laird says the same, that it should be your responsibility to keep your elbow off the pad. Like, don't run away from me and then complain about me pushing you off the pad. I am the one reaching for you. I'm the one who still wants arm wrestling. You're the one who's going back. So it's a little weird that it's a weird rule created by Neil Pickup, obviously. That's why it clearly does not make any sense. Like you put the elbow, like I'll put my elbow on the elbow pad, and you tell Levan Saginashvili to push my elbow off the back of the pad, and he'll probably break my arm, but he won't be able to push me off the back of the pad unless you are like yourself, like running back so far away, like all of your focus is on running back, and you're right at the edge of the elbow pad. Nobody can push you off. You are running away. We are just facilitating the movement that you are already doing yourself. It cannot be called pushing. It should be your responsibility. We should get rid of this stupid rule. In the strap. Fourth round, Jeremy hits sideways, almost gets Auden to the pad. He needs to switch to a flop, otherwise, Auden will bring him back. Auden with a King's move this time. The first time Auden hits the King's move. Auden is looking comfortable. Jeremy is like, it's like Todd Hutchings versus Devon. A big elbow foul from Auden. As soon as Jeremy stands up for a flop press, Auden has no answer but to drag his elbow like 10 inches off the back of the pad. Jeremy should remove the strap because Auden got into his hand and Jeremy's not even removing the strap. He's starting right away. Come on, young Jeremy. Tell them to redo the strap. Auden has a better hand positioning. Good side pressure. Jeremy cannot get the pin, not quite with just the side pressure and top roll, but he can switch to a flop, and Auden has no answer to the flop. He will foul once again, and that will be the end of the match if Auden doesn't do something crazy right in the center of the table. If Auden goes into a king's move again, he's losing this match because Travis and John are having fun in the commentary box seeing Auden lose. One warning on Auden. If there is one more warning, it's match over. Auden is saying you closed his fingers first last time. How are you doing that again? Don't move. Auden, don't foul out. Jeremy hit sideways. Much better position from Jeremy. Auden is trying to do something. If Jeremy, yep, yep. Auden made a mistake. Now he's in a king's move, and all Jeremy needs to do is to switch to a flop press, and it will be match over. Yep, foul from Auden. The winner is Jeremy Parker, 3-1. Come on, Auden, win something, bro. You keep losing. Auden has already lost the product. Second foul on Auden. He's lost the match. Three. Bro, this time I was like, for the first time, I was like really, really rooting for Auden to win, and he loses. Parker wins. Jeremy Parker, well done. Jeremy needs good side off strap to win. He should lay down in round 4 and 5. No, he didn't really need that. He won. So yeah, the endurance part that Auden keeps on talking about, like it doesn't really mean anything if you're not stronger than your opponent, or at least pretty close, pretty close. But yeah, Auden has his excuse, like he weighed like 14 kilos less than Jeremy. So yeah, that is another sign he should be taking matches in his own weight category. But then he lost to Coach Ray and Artem Tenenko, and those guys weighed like 14 kilos less than Auden. So he's losing to 40 guys who weigh 14 kilos more, and he's also losing to guys who weigh 14 kilos less. Well, then, or yeah, with this Abbas is also, even if Abbas loses his wrist, he's just going to go sideways and beat Auden. I don't think it's a good match. Auden doesn't like get pinned and loses every round on fouls, bad spots. Yeah, good point that you just brought up. I also don't like when like people just do blatant elbow fouls just to avoid. Even in the first round, even if it is a first foul, I think the referee should have the discretion to just call it a loss. Like we saw in the Courtney versus Nastasia match, they both did this stupid elbow foul when they're about to lose, and then they just stand up like that. This should be a straight away a loss. Jeremy was a level stronger in terms of cupping, arm strength, pronation, and especially down pressure. Auden's arm power is still pathetic. Yeah, Jeremy's pronation was also good. Maybe they should give Auden an easy match like Brian Shaw. Auden said he cannot beat Brian Shaw. That's what he said in the pre-match interview. Let's at least get some entertainment before he quits for good. Auden hasn't that potential as his dad. Yeah, do some bicep curls, man. Do some seated bicep curls on the easy bar. No point Auden versus Abhas anymore. Yeah. Yeah, he's just at first I was thinking that if Abbas loses his wrist, it's over. But after seeing this match, I don't think Orden has any chance against Abbas. Maybe they should give Orden an easy match. Yeah, they should. Jeremy had nightmares for weeks. If Kim Kima can crack his wrist, Abbas will, Orden will too. Why do you think that Alijan gonna surprise? What do you think? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. That's going to be a close match for sure. Orden versus Bowen. No, Ryan Bowen is too strong. Steve Thomas is not going to beat Orden. No. This top roll versus top roll match, Abbas can't stop. Mm. Any other Indian arm wrestler Orden can go against instead of Abbas? Dara Singh at 100 kilos? Maybe. Okay, finally the prelims are over. Auden Larrett versus Jeremy Parker, East versus West 24. The match involved a lot of chaos. Round one, they slip pretty fair, even slip. In the strap, Jeremy hits like Todd Hutchings. He does not care too much about wrist, and yet he does not lose it. He has too much pronation, too much speed, too much side pressure. But somehow, magically, Auden was just holding him in this position casually. He did not have any pronation, he did not have any cup, but yet he held him there for quite some while. And then there was a restart because of a foul on Auden Larrett. Even in the restart, Jeremy hit sideways with a pretty similar force, similar speed. Auden was holding on once again, and this time it was a pin. Is that really what happened? Do I even remember the match correctly? I hope I am not giving any incorrect. Was there two fouls on Auden in the first round, or did Auden get pinned in the first round? Okay, round one was pin. Okay, then it's correct. What's going on? What's going on in the chat? Down there at round one. Okay, let's continue. In the second round, they once again slipped. Auden felt more comfortable this time, and he stopped Jeremy's side pressure hit very close to the center. And at that moment, we all believed that it is going to be over. Auden moved that much off center. He cracked Jeremy's wrist. He brought him back. And from there, he won that round. Jeremy had nothing left. Even though it looked like towards the pin, Auden may have fouled a little bit, maybe a millimeter, but it wasn't a foul. Let's end at that. So Auden transitioned and he finished the match. We all thought that it is going to be over. Auden is going to just dust him because of his endurance. He arm wrestles all day long with his father. It's over for Jeremy. But then we saw the same thing in the third round that we saw in the first one. Jeremy hits sideways. Auden stops him right there. But this time, Jeremy switches to a flop and Auden transitions into a king's move. And Auden's elbow goes way off the pad. And that's where Auden protests. He believes that he was pushed off the pad. The referees reviewed it. It wasn't a push. And Travis Bagent and John Brezink were really happy to see that the protest from Auden was unsuccessful. They think that it should be your responsibility to keep your elbow on the pad. So after the restart, the same thing happened once again, and side pressure hit. Auden stops it. Jeremy flop presses, and the round is over. It was another foul on Auden. So even at this moment, maybe there was some confusion that the side of the table is affecting the match. So Auden can probably win again. But this time he did not stop the match in the center. He stopped it pretty close to the pad. There was an elbow foul on him. After the restart, once again, he stopped it close to the pad. But as soon as Jeremy stood up for his flop press, Auden simply had no answer to that. And all he could do is just drag his elbow back, cause some elbow fouls. And he just basically lost the entire match on fouls, except the first round where he got pinned after one foul. I wanted Auden to win this match just because there needs to be some hype behind the upcoming Auden Larrett versus Abhas Rana match, but he has lost this one too. After watching this match, I think he's in big trouble against Abhas too. But hats off to both of these guys for giving us a good, entertaining match. Your winner, Jeremy Parker, who weighed about 14 kilos more than Auden, to be fair to Auden. But that's the result of this one. Ivan versus Dennis. Yes, I. No, I've not seen that. Is it latest? I don't. After watching this match, I don't think his King's move is too strong. So the free stream is over. Now we will be switching over to the pay per view. Anyone streaming match on Discord? No. 239 watching. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please do so right now. Somebody share the pay-per-view link, please. I'll put it in the chat. If you have not purchased the pay-per-view, please do that. Use code Pradeep. You'll get 5% off. You have the full pay-per-view left. It has been how much time? It was supposed to start at 10:15. Two and a half hours. And we just got through the prelims. 11:15, 12:15, and yeah, 12:48. 2.5 hours. And the prelims are over. Isn't that crazy? Yep, Neil Pickup is announcing the first main card match. This is gonna go so late. Yeah, this is if these matches are close, even if these like 4 of these 12-13 main card match, 11-12 main card matches are close, it's going to be the biggest event ever. Yoshi versus Herakles is the first match? Really? Really? Yoshi is saying, when I stop you, don't give up. It's my time. Herakles is saying, Yoshi, I'm too strong, too fast, too handsome. You are really old. I could be your father. This is amazing, man. They told both of them to speak English. Absolutely. By far, my favorite part of this event until now is Yoshi and Irakli both speaking English, both having fun. That was amazing. That was amazing. It's high time Arden changes his workout to compound exercises to include some arm workout as well. Yeah, Arden, all Arden needs to do is just some these seated bicep curls with 60 kilos, 10 reps, multiple sets. Irakli English is not too bad. Siddhant Katuria versus Arden. Arden may be too big for Siddhant. Like if at 95 kilos, it can be interesting. Yeah. 95 kilos. Siddhant is like he's a big powerhouse, big strong guy. Not easy to top roll. Not easy to top roll. The warlord Yoshinobu Kanai. Come on, Yoshi. Let's root for Yoshi, the old man from Japan. Why am I saying Japan? It's Japan. Sorry for the incorrect pronunciation. Yoshinobu Kanai from Japan. Why does he have an English entrance song? Yuvraj versus Siddhant. I don't think Yoshi cares about a song. He may have just told them use whatever you want to, and they're just maybe using copyright free music or not. I don't. Orden lost. Yes, he did. Yuvraj cannot weigh 90 kilos, brother. Yuvraj is like 6'3". He's a big guy. He weighs 110. Abbas versus Orden now. It's clear. Abbas will destroy Orden. Irakli versus. Let me create the polls now since the main event has started. Start a poll. We got Irakli versus Yoshi. The poll is created. I'll. Should I pin the link? Yep. Copied the pay-per-view link. You can purchase the pay-per-view by using code Pradeep. Want to remind you once again, this is the first match of the pay-per-view, so now is the perfect time to purchase the pay-per-view. Pin the message. There is no way this match is not a war. It is going to be a war. Many arm wrestlers believe that if the match stops, it's over. Especially, who was it that said that? John Brezink. Yeah, John Brezink has faced both of them, and John was like, it's not even going to be close if the match stops anywhere in any position whatsoever. Yoshi is going to bleed him out immediately. I think Yoshi. I think Yoshi can beat him. I'm going to go with Yoshinobu Kanai. Irakli is feeling super confident, like nothing moved when Yoshi hit sideways. Nothing moved. Obviously, in the strap, without the strap, Irakli is going to be dominant. Irakli too dominant. Slip. Wow. Irakli's hand was too dominant. At WAF, it could have been a loss for Yoshi, but it's not WAF. He slipped like this. Let's see how Yoshi cracks Irakli's wrist in the strap. Orden beat Parker's side with no. Ermes Morozov, it's right. Ermes was saying that I can probably beat you left-handed too right now. Ermes was asking Morozov, didn't I give Alijan a better fight than what you did? That was funny. Is it a left or right? Orden loses center and without losing his hand, that is just side pressure. In the strap, round one. Irakli hits sideways. Yoshi stops, and Yoshi is already wooing Irakli. But wow, too much down pressure from Irakli. Just second, third surge. Easy pin. Easy pin. Yoshi was celebrating too early. So Irakli hit sideways once. Yoshi stopped him and he was like, "Whoo!" Irakli hit again. And then Irakli was so calm. He was just gaining better position, just hit sideways. And just it looked like he eased Yoshi down to the pad. Like too strong. He's just too strong. But still anything can happen. Anything can happen. Yoshi versus Irakli is happening right now. What's the score? The score is 1-0. Yoshi is the favorite in the polls, 57%, but Irakli has won the first round in this match. John is saying to an amateur, it looks lopsided, but it could change. Irakli is containing. Wow, that's a pin. That's a pin. Winner. Wow, Irakli just controls the hand without the strap and pins him. Come on, Yoshi. How can you go down so easily? Bro, he couldn't even slip. He couldn't even slip. This time they have cameras too on the elbow. Like there's a weird stick kind of thing at the corners of the table. I don't see a camera there. So what is it? I'm not really see. I have we seen any footage from that angle? Yoshi just at least slip. At least slip. No, he cannot. Wow, Irakli destroys Yoshi 3-0. He didn't even let him slip. Like just he let Yoshi's hand slide down here and just pressed him down. Irakli too strong, Zira casually. Very strong. That's what Yoshi is saying. No excuse, no excuse. Yoshi had his opportunity in the first round and he still lost even in the strap pretty easy. So we cannot really say, well, we wouldn't know what would have happened if the match went to the strap. It did in the first round and Yoshi lost. I mean, I don't think Yoshi is ever going to regain his hype after this loss to Irakli. Crazy how Todd Hutchings beats Irakli. Irakli is underrated now. Well, now this is making. I think I don't want to say that, but does anyone also think that it's like kind of the end of Yoshi's arm wrestling career? Like the hype is over, isn't it? Godzilla fourth time is the charm. Hermes match when man 3 hours from now maybe. Levan is the translator. Levan needs translator for himself. Like, how does that work out? When Levan is the arm wrestler, he has a translator for him. And now he isn't arm wrestling, now he's the translator. Levan took my words too seriously. When I say that Levan doesn't really do anything when he's invited as a guest, he has a translator's job now. At least we got a quick match, though. Yeah, that's not the match that we wanted to end quick. Yoshi versus Prudnik, washed versus washed. Irakli is a beast when he gets hand control in the center. Yeah, Irakli also destroyed Prudnik, right? If I remember correctly. Irakli could have been a movie star. I'm going to sleep. I was given injection for what? Pain. It's making me lazy. Okay, sleep, brother. Irakli versus Uncle Todd for who wins? Steel. I think Todd Hutchings wins again. At this point, I again want Irakli versus Todd Hutchings, but I don't want. But I also don't want. So you better be hoping that Bogdan Stoica somehow defeats Todd Hutchings, and then Irakli can beat Bogdan. If Irakli just trains his side pressure, he wins. What is next? Super match. That is a good question. Matt Mask. Fuck you, Mask. That's what he's saying. Next match is Warzinski versus Peter. Give me Matt Mask. WAWRZYNSKI. Okay, let me create a poll for the next match. Warzinski. Peter. So Matt has already defeated Irakli on the left arm. On the right arm, I think it will be a good match. I've never lost on American soil, and I don't intend to tonight. So after Peter versus Adam Warzinski, I've after a long time, I've predicting. Today, I'm predicting all of the matches incorrectly. So maybe this one is also wrong, but I'm going to go with Warzinski in this one. First match, I don't think I really gave a prediction, but yeah, obviously I was going to go with Bob Brown against that guy. Bob Brown beats everyone in USA, so that was obvious. I went with Courtney, and Courtney won, so two predictions were correct. Then Orden lost, and Jason Murdo lost, two incorrect, and Yoshi also lost. So three wrong, two correct. And this one, Peters versus Warzinski. I mean, something tells me that Peter can crack that wrist, but it's not easy, man. Especially after seeing just having a strong enough pronation is not enough against Warzinski. You need to do that really fast. You need a lot of speed if you want to beat Warzinski. I still remember like 3 years ago how Bacho literally played with Warzinski. And Bacho is young, so he's probably like 20% stronger now. And that was a 95 kilo match. It was surprising how, like, it looked like Bacho beat him the same way that Levan Saginashvili would beat Worzinski. Let's go, Worzinski. I mean, the crowd is good, the stadium is big, but it does not look like a 5,000 crowd to me. 25, Peter, 29, Adam, 6 foot versus 6'2", 94, 93 kilos. Adam Worzinski is, it looks like he's built for arm wrestling. The thick hand, wrist, forearm, bicep, elbow. The guy feels like a mutant. He's 6 foot tall, but the way he's built, it looks like he's 5'9". Such a thick palm he has. It's not easy to take grip against him. Peter is like right at the back edge of the elbow pad. Like his forearm is so long. Just get to the referee's grip, Bill. What are you doing, man? I think Bill has forgot that there's a thing called referee. Wow, easy pin. Too much side pressure. Like Adam just tried to catch Peter. Like speed, the speed that we were talking about that you need to beat Warzinski. Peter has that speed. Like it's just Adam just tried to catch something that was going away way too fast. That's how this round ended. Adam did have some finger containment, but then the side pressure was way too much. It looked so easy, man. It looked so easy for Peter. But Adam is the kind of guy that would try the same thing 3 times and lose all 3 times rather than trying something different to get to a strap. Will we see a slip? I hope so. Yeah, no, no, no. As just as I said that Adam would do the same thing and lose 3 times, he went for a top roll. He he went for a top roll and got the slip. Now maybe we can see something interesting in the strap. And the way Adam got this slip, like his top roll is also it's also good. Maybe if he loses this round too, if he tries to hook, then third round he should go for a top roll. And why not? Why not? In the strap, let's go Adam Worzinski. If Adam hooks him, I think it should be over pretty quick. I don't think Peter will be able to resist that. Maybe he can still put up some pressure in the fingers. Yep, Adam hooks him. Adam hooks him. Elbow foul, but there was an elbow foul. Elbow in front of the pad. Even in the hook, Peter did go close to the pad, but then he got stopped a couple of times. And if he gets if Adam puts the brakes once, then the endurance factor is going to change a lot. Like if you force the top roller in a hook and the battle stays there for some, yep, clean hook from Adam. Elbow, intentional elbow foul from Peter. Intentional elbow foul from Peter. Because if the hooker clean hooks you, like if it is somewhere flat and he's loading into your fingers, maybe you get exhausted more. But if his wrist gets curled and you're a top roller, then the longer it stays there, the more difficult the next rounds are going to be for you. Again, Adam puts an easy hook on Peter, and it's not going anywhere from there. I don't think, yeah, Peter cannot move anything. Adam is waiting patiently. He's waiting. Yeah, Peter gives up. Peter's smart. He gives up. He tried a couple of times, nothing was moving, and he wants to stay alive to try another time. Doesn't want to die in this round. How is this guy still weighing like only 94 or 93 kilos? Like when he's 6 foot tall. Like he's like one of the most jacked guys that you will ever see. 6 foot tall. It looks like he should be 100 kilos. Or maybe it's just the arms. Disproportionately big, even for a 94 kilo guy. I think Peter should not should, but like he has to win this match without the strap. He was like not even close to top rolling Adam in the strap, not even close to it. So I don't think it is going to work even if Adam has the buckle on his hand in this round. So he needs to end it without the strap. He won't even get the chance to arm wrestle without the strap if he loses this round too. If the match goes in a strap in this round. Wow, good fast top roll. Adam barely slips. It is close to the pin. It is close to the pin pad. Now all of the matches will be in strap. Round three. Peters on the left side of the screen, Adam Warzinski on the right. The strap is being applied. Adam has the buckle on his hand. Both are patient. Adam a little bit more patient than Peter, and it makes sense because Adam is the one making a comeback here, and Peter is going to have to fight where he does not want to fight Warzinski, and that is right in the strap. Sets the hook once again. No, it's not moving. It's not moving. Adam sets the hook, a clean hook right into the center table. Elbow foul from Peter. This match is over. This match is over. Such a great arm wrestler, this Adam, guys. Don't forget that he only lost to Nurdolat Aider Khan at WAF Worlds. When was the last time we saw a silver medal in the men's senior division from an American? Like 2 decades ago? Like anyone with a good memory, a great knowledge. When was the last time an American won even a silver medal at WAF seniors? Like Dave Chaffee won gold, was it 2011? Has anyone won a silver after that? Strong biceps on unstable shoulder, you will have a sticking point if you have it near the pad. Odd case he's always loses a match just because he cannot resist his arm getting opened. Round two. Round two. One foul on Peter. Adam puts him in a hook once again, and it's over, man. And it's over. Peter is trying to go sideways. There is no pronation access available to him right now. There is no side pressure access. And Adam pins him with ease. Worzinski with the win. 2-1. I'm telling you, Sasha versus Worzinski is the match that we want to see at 95 kilos. And I'm telling you, I think Worzinski is going to beat Sasha Andreev. That's how strong this guy is in a hook. The bones Levan has are not fake. Arcona doesn't have the. Who do you think? Like, can you tell me, like, 95 kilos, Sasha Andreev versus Adam Worzinski, who is going to win this match? Brother, you included a match clip in the latest video. Copyright me? No, no, no. It was a free limb match. That's why I included that. It was not a pay per view. Auden Larrett versus Jeremy was not pay per view. It was free to watch. So I think it's kind of okay if I use a clip from around. Just tell me now, Worzinski versus Sasha Andreev at 95 kilos. Would you like to see this match? And who do you think is the favorite? Round four in the strap. Adam Worzinski only a few seconds away from another victory at East versus West. They forced Arthur Makarov to move up and arm wrestle Worzinski at 85 kilos. Makarov did give him a good fight. I'm going to tell you that. It wasn't like so easy for Worzinski, but he did beat him 3-0. He did beat Bojidar 3-0. So yeah, he's a good arm wrestler. But just don't give him Bacho second, actually. Adam is trying to top roll now. Is he going to top roll him? Now Adam is just playing with him. He's playing like he's doing a little wrist curl. Now he's just holding him. He's using Peter as a practice tool at this moment. Now pins him easily. I feel like this is not encouraging someone. This is like being disrespectful to them. So when Wardzinski is saying, "Man, you got such an awesome top roll. It's so hard to deal with." No, bro, you're just playing with his top roll. When you play with someone's top roll and you beat them and then you tell them, "You wow, you have such an amazing top roll." I personally would take it as a disrespect instead of a compliment. With that being said, I'm going to show you guys an ad. Enjoy this small ad. Skip it and come back here. It's really about the language above the pad. That is not how the balance of strength. Adam wins Warzonski. Sasha is not the same anymore. Sasha should be favorite. Levan beats Arcona in all lifts imaginable. And his hand strength translation. Okay. 292 people watching only. Not too many people were interested in watching this match, or what? I think the Irakli match had more audience. So how I thought Neil Pickup is a really tall guy. Where is Worzinski standing? He feels like he's 2 inches taller than Neil Pickup. Maybe he's definitely standing on a platform or something. Because yeah, he I think he is. Because Neil is like at least 6'1", I think. Whoever Robert would have for me, that's who I would pull. Sasho Andreev, I've already told you. Sasho, 95 kilos. Isn't it amazing, like how times have changed? Sasho, Sasho used to be that untouchable name, and now at East versus West, like he has no chance. But I still think Sasho can give a better fight to Manifester than what Samusha did, even though Samusha beat Sasho. But still, we would have to have Manifester as the favorite. So Sasha cannot become the 85 kg champion, and he cannot become the 95 kg champion. At 95, Irakli already beat him. Then maybe Rustam can also beat him if Rustam gets into shape. Todd Hutchings is going to beat him. So, like guys like Sasha can probably not even think about becoming a champion anymore. That's how high the level is right now. Alijan is 180. He was taller. So he really was taller than Neil? How is he only 6 foot then? If Neil is 6'1", then Alijan is 6'2". He's taller. Okay, Alijan is taller than Neil. No, man. Whenever I see Neil, it looks really tall to me. So Worzinski won 3-1. Come on, man. Neil, what are you doing, man? Why is there that director not shouting at Neil Pickup when he's giving a 5 minute introduction to Tom Holland? Okay, I exaggerated it a bit, but it was like a 2 minute introduction to the match. Like, this is the weight category, this is the battle, and then this is the first contender. Come on, Neil. Like, somebody take the microphone away from Neil Pickup. It's not that big of a match. It doesn't deserve such an intro. Nobody cares about Tom Holland versus whoever the opponent is. Justin Bishop. So first they played the videos, and Neil started his intro at 53 minutes 20 seconds. Let's just talk out. Let's just discuss how much time they take for the intro. Now you tell me if it is too long or not, including the video clips we will discuss. And when they put their elbows on the table, that's when the whole intro thing stops. 50 to 40 is when they started. Bama Bull Justin Bishop. I surprisingly have Tom Holland winning this match, a surprise win. Like Justin Bishop has proven that he is at a higher level. But I have Tom Holland winning this match. Let me type Justin Bishop versus Tom Holland. Okay, I wrote everything in a single line, single column. Because Justin will go back, Tom Holland will force the hook on him. But while he's forcing the hook, Justin may have enough side pressure to pin him. Justin was supposed to arm wrestle Daniil Ustinov. Slip strap. Tom was going for a top roll, so he was not interested in trying to force the hook without the strap. He will definitely try to do that in the strap, though. Tom Holland got a couple of weeks' notice because the Ustinov versus Justin match was cancelled. They did not tell us the reason why Ustinov cannot come. Maybe some people are anticipating it was because he did not get the visa. I mean, I should have to go with Justin. He was in a war with back and forth war with Mindaugas Teresitis. But so was Tom Holland. He was also in a war with Mindaugas. Okay, give us a good match. Holland versus. Are four small lemons too a little too much to drink? I've had half of it, so more than two lemons. It's already like I won't say dizzy. Wow, great top roll. Great top roll from Justin. And Tom's wrist is busted back. Got got pinned. Wow, so easy. How is it possible? Let me see what he was trying to do. Was Tom going for a top roll there? Yes. Yeah, Tom Holland was going for a top roll. Like, that's surprising. That is surprising. Okay, how many matches? And the intro, by the way, lasted for like 5 minutes before they put their elbow on the table. 4.5 minutes. Do you think this match deserves an intro of that kind? And do I have a super chat here? I see something yellow, 200 rupees. All this up, bro. Why do you? What is that? Abbas, UV, Mazahir, and players playing in Pro Punjab League Nationals and people lifting crazy back pressure, Siddhant 70 kg, and all saying natty. बाहर टेका कौन ले रहा है what is your question, man? Do you want me to talk about these, or like, I wish your comment was thanks for the super chat anyways. I didn't really understand your question. One warning for Bishop in this second round. Tries to force the hook without the strap, has to bail out by flopping his own wrist back. Justin's pronation is too strong. He's saying, not today. You're not going to force the hook on me. I'm not sure if there is something wrong with Tom's hook or not. Like, I have never seen him go for a top roll. He was going for a top roll even in a strap in the first round. Jody was screaming in Parker's eye like a crazy hyena. Tyson is in the comment. Japanese car 1501. They're in the strap now. I should read the comments from my phone and not that. Phone is much easier. Don't move. Both are moving. Both are moving. Okay. Start the match, man. Start the match. Intros are way too long. Yeah, it was like 4.5 minutes. Come on, man. From the time I saw Tom Holland's face and from the time they put their elbow on the pad, with like 4.5 minutes. Set the hook. Set the hook. Not quite. Justin side pressure. Wow. Tom finally gets a stop. Justin is giving it all he has. He pins him. He pins him. No. How is that not a pin? Tom Holland has stopped this thing. Elbow foul on Justin. Wow. How did Tom stop that thing, man? That's crazy. When he forced the hook, he was like always stretched out. So Justin had access to side pressure. He hit sideways and looked like it was that much, it was that close to the pin. And Justin is saying it was pinned like 4 times. He kept hitting sideways. And somehow in this weird position, Tom Holland was holding him because he had a little bit of cupping going on for him. But how did he access any side pressure from like literally this position? It's completely turned palm over. Like he was a turned palm over so much that his palm was facing the referee. So he has protested. Obviously, they're reviewing the footage. It has to be a pin somewhere, right? You cannot be that close to the pin pad 4 times, 5 times. Why didn't you watch Devon on the Joe Rogan podcast? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I've already watched it. I'll make a video about it tomorrow. 306 people watching, 204 likes only. What's going on with the likes of like you all have thumbs, right? Then hit it on the thumbs up, man. Come on. Let's get the number to 250. It takes nothing from you. And the stream looks cooler. Oh. There was no pin after watching the review. Elbow foul for Justin Bishop. That's super chat. Okay, that you gave that super chat again. So I was like, why is this same super chat showing up again? What do you think? That was the thing I am asking. Like, talk about it. Are all the natty like Yuvraj Abhas? Yuvraj swears by it. I've talked with him personally too, and he genuinely like really says that he's natural, and but he's not against using steroids. He's like, I probably go that route in the future, but now he says he's natural. And the way Abhas Rana is built, like I genuinely don't think there is anything natural about Abhas Rana. Siddhant Katuria, obviously no, I don't think he's natural. And bodybuilder like Harsh Sharma is probably natural. Harsh Sharma is natural. And rise of Steve, I have no idea about Steve. I won't be surprised if he's natural. But I would say that Harsh is the most likely natural guy out of them. Then Steve and Yuvraj also. Maybe Yuvraj number two, Steve number three, just because I don't know about him. And who else was in the comment? Then Abhas Rana, and then Siddhant Kathuria is obviously not natural. I think he even got banned steroids too, but they did say that. I have no idea. I'm just guessing, so don't quote me on that. So my guess is these are just my guesses. This time Holland in a slightly better position, but Justin has too much side pressure. He almost takes Holland down. Elbow foul, is it? Wow. So from here to like close to the pin pad, Justin has so much side pressure, but not sure how he cannot finish the last centimeter. Second foul on Justin, he loses the round. Like in the center, this time Tom Holland was in a hook. You would assume he will have too much stopping power there, but no. Like Justin goes through from this position to this position effortlessly, and somehow the match gets stopped a centimeter above the pin pad. So thanks for a couple of super chats. Your name was XY958M. Tom versus Mindaugas 2, one of the best matches I've ever seen till date. I've seen till date. I also did super chat Sahil Prushti. Okay, Sahil Prushti. Let me go back and watch it. Okay, why did it freeze? Did I also freeze? No, I am moving, but somehow the this page isn't responding. Live streaming YouTube, wait or exit page. Obviously, I'm going to wait. Come on, man. Don't show such messages. So before this, I only see that Steel incomer super chat. Mark. Sahil Prushti, I read it in the beginning of the live stream. Your super chat. Thank you, Sahil Prushti, for 1,000 rupees. Live chat. Holland versus Justin in the strap. Round number 3. Where is Tom Holland going to stop this match? Both of you. Don't move. Wow, this time Tom sets the hook in the center and Justin like just curls him in. Justin looks so powerful in the center, but somehow he gets stopped close to the pin pad. Such great covering, such great cupping Justin has, but Tom has put the brakes on. Elbow foul on Justin Bishop. Justin is mad, he's furious, but he was not taking Tom's hand down this time. Great hook setup from Tom Holland. Harsh Sharma is not natural. You can't get that much conditioning without taking roids. And I'm from Jammu and Kashmir too. I have seen people talking about stair cycle even when he was not playing. Okay, maybe. You can earn dollars, not rupees. Nothing wrong with rupees. I'm just saying it would be cool if you were in the States. Admentium Arm Wrestling is saying that, bro, I'm already earning in dollars from YouTube. YouTube is paying me in dollars. Isn't it cool that I get to earn in dollars and use that money in a country where rupees is the currency, a much weaker currency? That's the cooler thing. If I go there, I'll have to get a job. I'll definitely make more, even though I don't have any qualifications or graduations, but still I'll make more than I'm making here in India. But I'll have to spend more too. So I don't think it's a good idea. Is the stream choppy now? Because I'm seeing it that way. It is choppy. What? Why? Little better. I think it's little better now. So initially the predictions were going pretty bad. It was 3-2, then it was 3-3. I think Tom is going to win this one too. Yeah, Tom sets the hook and he's offensive now. He's offensive. Elbow foul on Tom or Justin. I think Tom also. Coincidental, yeah, both. Do you support Khan, sir? N- no, I don't know enough about the situation. Jobs are terrible. Pradeep, you're right. This is boring. You just told me time and time again, okay? You're talking with someone in the comment section. 320 people watching, 230 likes, okay? The likes did go up, but not at 250. Not quite. Thank you, man, for another 200 rupees super chat. The chat is, bro, if UV is natty and he's pinning a boss who is like blasting roids, so with this logic, by taking just a little doses, he could get into East versus West. Also, see Harsh Sharma body like classic physique. But Harsh is not very heavy. He's only 675, 76 kilos. That's why I was saying that. Maybe like 78 at most. Tom Holland gets the hook once again. Justin knows that he has to fight this entire match in a hook now. Tom's hook is almost unavoidable. He stopped in the center, and Tom is feeling confident, man. Justin is releasing his hand, opening the finger, and Tom hits sideways and ends the round. Justin is exhausted. Good prediction again by me. This so yeah, thanks again for the super chat. And I hope UV is natural. I hope he's telling the truth. Because if he is, then he is definitely the highest potential in India. And he's built well too. You can clearly see that. Does not have the kind of conditioning in his body that you would want to see in a guy who's competing in a weight category. But yeah, that will improve with age. He's also like 24, 23. He's not too old, and he has only 3.5, 3.5 years of experience, and he's probably already number one in India. So the future is bright. The future is bright. He can do some damage in the future in the 10 kg division. Pradeep, are you a pro arm wrestler as well? No, no. Again, the stream is choppy. JB is cooked, Justin Bishop. Okay, Pradeep has it down. What was that, Pradeep? What was what? Do you think Morozov will try to hook? I hope he doesn't. If he can out top roll Vitali on the left arm, maybe he can out top roll Ermes on the right arm too. Because, like, how many of us expected him to top roll Vitali round one? He did finish with a flop, but he took Vitali's wrist. That's what I'm saying. He didn't hook him. So maybe we can do Pradeep, Pradeep versus Arden. Kinder, but once we hear you. Just saw Levan car collection. How is he that rich? Like some of them, yeah, gifted to him. He's having some sponsorships and stuff. He he was in a couple of movies. Maybe he got something from there. I think he did mention how much he got. Again, this time Justin initiates the hook slightly on the offensive side, but man, it's not possible to beat Tom Holland in a hook. Like you have to be one of the top hookers in the world, and Justin is one of the top rollers in the world, but not a top hooker. He has hit a brick wall, and Tom Holland destroys Justin Bishop. So Justin Bishop is number one in his country at 85 or 77, whatever this weight category is, 77. So Tom Holland is number one in USA. Tom Holland is the number one arm wrestler in USA at 77 kilos. Hunter Knopf is a hooker. He was not able to hook Justin, but maybe he can do something against Tom in a hook. That's the next match that we should see. Hunter Knopf versus Tom Holland, even though Justin easily beat Hunter. But styles sometimes do actually make matches. 236 likes, 327. If you're not purchased the pay-per-view yet, use code Pradeep. Use the link in the description. We have only seen a couple of pay-per-view matches so far. No, 3 pay-per-view matches. Still have 6, 7, 8 matches left. Tom said he was trying to trick him. He was trying to surprise him with a top roll in the first round, but it did not work. So even in their own stream, from the time they started, they are 3 hour 19 minutes in, and we have seen 4, 5, 6, 7 matches in 3 hour 19 matches. Neil, we don't need these full technical breakdowns of round by round breakdowns in the post match interview. Post match interview is just to release some emotions, to celebrate, to shout, and stuff like that. Round by round breakdowns, that's what the real post match interview. No, not the real. This is the real post match interview, but the post match interviews that they do back in the arena. That's where these questions should be asked. What motorcycle do you own? I have a Pulsar NS 200. That's at my home, and at my workplace, I have a Dominar 400. I've bought these two bikes in last 8 years. Somebody put a hit on maximum for me, Angry Crows, preferably. I pay nuts washed. What's that? I didn't understand that. Tom has been training hard. Tom Holland is one of the top guys in the world. Like he wouldn't do really good in a tournament format because he'll get in a war against anyone and he'll exhaust himself. But super match format, he's awesome. 77 is my class, only a matter of time. Do you support girls arm wrestling? In what way? Elaborate this question more. Like do I think women arm wrestling is necessary? Do we really need to see women arm wrestle a lot? No. If our idea is to get girls interested in watching arm wrestling as a fan, then women's arm wrestling is not going to do anything, because I don't know if there is any sport, a strength sport or a combat sport, where we have, let's say, more than 5% female audience, or at most 10%. I don't think we have more than 5% in a, like, does UFC have more than 5% female audience? Don't think so. Does any sport have more than 5%? Forget about strength sport. Does any sport have more than 5% female audience? So trying to get females into arm wrestling as a fan or even as a competitor, I think it's a waste of time. But sometimes females can attract some male audience, if you know what I'm talking about. But even that is not enough. So no, no, I don't like female arm wrestling. With that logic, like, I'm not saying I hate seeing them compete, but they're not going to get you any new fans. Not everyone is a Ronda Rousey. Forget about audience. What about the female athletes who want to compete? Yeah, they are competing. It's the same across the board in strength and combat sports, pretty much. Yeah. What happened to Alijan and Bournemouth match? We will see that. We will see that a little bit later. Now we have Yanis versus Craig Chuye. Please make a recap. Okay, the recap of the matches. That is a good idea. We had Jones versus Bob Brown in the first match. And I think it was at 85 kilos. And Bob Brown won that match 3-0 pretty comfortably. Courtney versus Nastasia. And it was a cool match, close match too, but Courtney proved that she has too much inside power, too much hand control. Then Ballinger dominated Jason Merlo in a hook, 3-0 victory. Then Jeremy Parker, I think I can say he also kind of almost dominated Auden. It was a 3-1 match, and an interesting one too. It actually really dominated Yoshinobu Kanai. 3-0, it wasn't even close. Like, Yoshi couldn't do anything. He couldn't even slip in the final two rounds. Borzinski dominated Peter after losing the first round. He won the next three pretty easily. He was just literally playing with him in the final round in a hook. And Tom Holland won comfortably against Justin Bishop with a score of 3-1. Now we have Yanis Amolins versus Craig Tuye. The only thing that we have going on for Craig in this match is that I assume he's a little bit bigger than Yanis, and he actually weighs 85 kilos. Yanis weighs 81. So he may have some advantage there. But this match can pretty much look like the Justin versus Tom Holland match that we just saw, where Justin is Yanis and Tom Holland is Craig Tuye. If Craig can force the hook, he will beat Yanis. I mean, Yanis has beaten Tom Holland in a hook in the past, but Craig's hook is good. Is good. There was a time when Craig faced, I think, David Samushia. It was Samushia made him pretty easy, pretty comfortably. I don't think Yanis has the level of strength that Samushia has. 364 people watching now. Please hit the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Jedi on gear is a different type of animal. I'm worried for Craig. Just imagine if Tom had enough time to prepare. Would love to see a well prepared Tom versus Daniel Prokopchuk. Craig is making his way to the table. Let's see what his weight is. Let me create a poll meanwhile. Giannis Samolins. Pradeep, what's your, if you go into politics, I would support you always. Thank you. What's your opinion about Oleg Sharkasov comeback? Where is his comeback? When is he going to come back? Did we see him somewhere recently? His ban is lifted now. I forgot if he competed somewhere. I want to say Craig, but I'm still going with Giannis in this one. There is a chance that Craig may be too powerful, but Giannis has shown us too much recently. Like he beat Justin Bishop pretty easily, and he almost beat Mindaugas Terasitis. I know it's a category that is 7 kilo heavier, but I don't really think that Craig Churie is better than than Mindaugas Terasitis, even though the style is different. We're still not in the strap. One foul on Craig. They're both going for the top roll, a slip, and they go right to the strap. Why don't you put scores in the description like you used to? I don't have uh, the matches down in the. I really did, man. I really didn't get any time. I came home after 9 p.m. and I started the live at like 10, and I created that live, and I also prepared a little bit for a video during that time. Oleg Cherkasov was banned from East versus West. I just gave a recap. I'll recap the scores again after this match. He tested positive for some medicine that contained some banned substance. The time you have more viewers than Aussie arm wrestler this time, yeah. Okay, how many does he have? We have 325 watching. Usually he always gets more. I've seen whoever starts the first gets the most viewers. This time also he started like at least an hour, 1 hour 15 minutes before me. So he technically, based on past, he should have more viewers than me. But my streams always crash. Sometimes something weird always happens. This time it has been okay. Pradeep, do you think what aspect that you had? Hardworking man. How many kids? Only one. Latvia. Giannis won the first round, guys. How did it? There was an elbow foul on Craig. Giannis in the interview did talk about Craig's flying elbows. He was like, I hope the referee notices Craig's flying elbows because he cannot keep it down on the pad. Two fouls. Thanks for the big fan since 2022, Dexter Morgan. What do you think? Who would win in those two matches, Oleg Patrenko or Michael Todd and Ermes Gasparini versus Artyom Morozov? Craig goes for a flop press slip. He gets it. Giannis is not willing to contest that. Aussie has around 250 viewers at this moment. We have over 308. Thank you. 252 thumbs up. It's awesome. So I need to keep the commentary level up to keep the viewers. Who would in those matches? Oleg Sharkasov, Oleg Patrenko, or Michael Todd, and Ermes Gasparini. We'll talk about that surely. I'm going with Oleg Petrenko, man. Even though this is the most weirdest prediction I think anyone has ever made. I'm predicting that Oleg has basically no lanes to defeat Michael Todd. If Michael is taking everyone's wrist, he's going to take Oleg's wrist too. And Michael is much stronger than what he was against Ongarbayev, because at that time he had a bicep tear a few months before that, I think. So Giannis takes the wrist. Craig hits sideways, but this is not Craig's style. He's not going to beat Giannis with a broken wrist. He hits sideways. That's going to be Giannis all day long. Now Craig is arm wrestling like Todd Hutchings. He has the pronation. He has the side pressure. His wrist is cracked. Now Giannis brings him back. Now Giannis adds a little bit of cup and he's smiling. Easy work. Giannis makes easy work of Craig Touye. Now he's just playing with him. That's a win. 2-0 Giannis Almalins. Not an easy round, not an easy round, but a comfortable one. I think Oleg and Ermes gonna win. Yeah, Ermes. I also have those predictions. So again, do you play any video games? I was about to ask anyone up for some online PlayStation game playing tomorrow. Does anyone have a PlayStation? I really play old games. Not don't have any new game. Like, does anyone have any Far Cry or any other game that you'd like to play? Chess? No, I don't play chess. I would like to get my rating a little bit up. I'd like to beat my wife in a chess game. She is, I think, better than me. But I don't think I need to train a lot, maybe like a couple of hours to get to her level. A couple of days at max. Giannis is different now. Giannis is amazing, man. Like the way he was arm wrestling Mindaugas Terrasitis, that surprised me. That thing surprised me. Because there was a time like 3 years ago when Prokopchuk was like holding Giannis like he was nothing. Do I remember that correctly? Or was that the left arm? I do remember from a few years ago, Prokopchuk like just holding Giannis and looking him into his eyes, and Giannis moving sideways like a helpless guy and not being able to do anything. But this time, good hand control from Giannis. He has lost his wrist too, just a little bit, but he has completely taken the wrist off Craig Touye. But Craig does not have the side pressure of Todd Hutchings. If you put Todd Hutchings in this position, he's going to beat anyone. Giannis is asking Craig to go in a hook. Giannis with a trash talk. And Craig lays down. Why would you put your own arm down in the final round? Come on, Craig. But Craig didn't elbow foul this time. Wow, that's amazing. That's a new thing from Craig. Giannis. Yeah, it's amazing, man. Giannis is like still easily top five, easily top five in the world at 77. Or is he? Like Makarov would beat him. Can Prokopchuk beat him? Now I think it will be interesting. Still, Yanis, I think, is top five at 77. Definitely not at 85, but 77 he is. Prime Denis Siplenkov versus Prime Levan Saginashvili, unfortunately, cannot happen. Did anyone mention any games? My rating is 1400. Stay alive. Go eat twisted metal. If you have thousands of supporters, I'm one of them. If you have one supporter, that's me. Thank you, Sahil Prushti. If I have no supporter, I'm dead. I hope it stays that way. Can you recap the scores? So yes, I will. Do you have OnlyFans? No, not yet. But big fan of you, Pradeep. Pradeep, Vitali versus Ermes rematch. What do you think? Who would win? Wasn't Yanis supposed to play in on the left? Yeah, good memory, man. Good catch. What happened to that match? Yanis is 80 kilos. He's pulling in 85. That's what he said. He's finding weak spots in his opponent's game. So I was a big fan of the game Far Cry 4, and recently you wouldn't believe. I know it's a very old game. I bought the DLC. So Valley of Yetis and Escape from Durgesh prison. I'm yet to play those. So probably tomorrow is the day, or maybe day after tomorrow, because there won't be too much content to make after this event. Because the last time I had a couple of videos at least to talk about, even after the result videos, a couple of more videos to talk about Leonidas Arcona, Brian Shaw, then Devon Larrett, then Vitaly Leletin. I only have to make one videos about the guys this time. Far Cry Primal. Yeah, Primal. I also need to. I started it but didn't finish it. That also. So only I have only Primal and Escape from Durgesh and the Far Cry 4 DLC left. I've played the other ones. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even Blood Dragon. This is the most boring East versus West ever. And somebody saying, I want to know that matchups don't you need next for East versus West 25. Do you need Pradeep for next East versus West 25? What matchups I need? As I said, Warzinski versus Sasho. I really want to see that match. Abhas Rana versus Arden Larrett. That match will happen in India, I think. But I wouldn't mind seeing it at East versus West too. This post match interview was a little too long for Yanis. Ermes match still, I would say, 2 hours from now. I want to know matchups. Okay, just okay. Somebody asked for the recap earlier, so let me give a recap for the matches. Isaiah Jones versus Bob Brown, 3-0 Bob Brown. Courtney 3-1 over Nastasia. Ryan Ballinger 3-0 hook wins against Jason Merlo. Then Jeremy Parker 3-1 against Arden Larrett. Casually 3-0 over Yoshinobu Kanai, the most one-sided match of the night. Warzinski 3-1 Peter Sellis. Then Tom Holland 3-1 Justin Bishop. Yanis 3-0 Craig Touye. Next match is Corey West versus Pavlo Derbedyev. Yanis is like the coolest athlete at the table. What a star. And he always gives us amazing, interesting matches. The way he disengages his opponent from his strength, it's just amazing. I remember those Jeff Hale versus Yanis matches. I wanted Jeff Hale to do something so desperately, but like Yanis never really let him get into a hook. Such a professional. Like even Mendogas had to beat Yanis with a flop press, and he's a top ruler. So Mendogas forces everyone to fight the battle that he wants to fight. Gold Star coffee commercial. I'm not happy that Gold Star didn't sponsor Arm Wrestling News. They used to be in the chat and stuff. They used to like the content. I asked for a sponsorship and they have disappeared since then. What happened? Gold Star Coffee. And my offer was, I think it was cool. I was willing to because I love coffee, because love that they have been such a long supporter of arm wrestling for such a long time now. I was like, bro, just send me coffee and I'll promote it for at least 1 month. If I do a good enough job, then maybe you can start thinking about paying me. And they didn't reply. What? Are you kidding me? I have a lot of coffee in my home. Like it wasn't a problem for me. It was not like I don't have coffee, but I just wanted that that sponsorship, and just in return for a coffee packet and a mug. Rickard kills Alijan, guys. If you are waiting for go to sleep. Is the stream laggy or anyone else? Okay, East versus West stream you're talking about? No, it's not laggy for me. Maybe my stream is laggy. No, it's okay. Can someone explain why Lijan didn't pull yet? What kind of question is this? You're asking why he didn't pull right-handed yet at East versus West, or why hasn't his match happened yet tonight? Alex versus Tobias. I think it's a good bet. Was Tobias the favorite, or it was pretty close? They messed up not taking that offer, Pradeep. You could have drunk coffee on stream and boosted their exposure. Yeah, sure. And I was like, I don't do live streams, but if I get a sponsor, that will give me another reason to do everyday live stream whenever I'm free. Okay, start East versus West live stream. Just fill up the mug with Gold Star coffee. I would have done that like at least 10 live streams a month, and maybe some shorts too. I think I would have that's one sponsor that I really wanted. Another sponsor that I could have promoted really well is any grip sponsor. I think I reached out to a couple of them. Golden Grip also I reached out to them. I didn't really get any response from them. That dynamometer thing, I think I can make it cool. Some many cool videos like comparing my grip strength with elite arm wrestlers. John Jones versus Pradeep. All clown movers lose, only Chicken left. Who was the other Kings mover that you're talking about? You said all of them lost. Orden and who else? What a good day for real arm wrestling. Morozov is a bigger dude and he will get a lot stronger if he holds up. What is your grip strength? I mean, you can say that if you take the average of 3 attempts, it is surely going to be at least 81, 82 kilos. But one of those attempts, I will get over 85. So that's my grip, and I can legit, like, I could have created a program around it, maybe asked for someone's help, like, can you get my grip over 90 kilos, or maybe even 95 kilos or something like that, a progression. I could have taken the grippers with out at arm wrestling tournaments and stuff like that. I think these are the things that I can actually promote when is Pradeep versus Godzilla match. What are your predictions on if the Vitali and Devon got a right hand? Yeah, but since we were talking about grippers, I think I'm ready to close this COC2 once again. Can I get it? Yes, I can. It's an easy close. Still, the knuckles cracked, all of them. Give. At this point, I can name you many arm wrestlers who cannot close it, starting with Devon Larrett. I don't think he can close a COC2 now. Light work, no reaction. So this I think gets you, if I compare this with the dynamometer, this would get you a little over 80 kilos, maybe like 81, 80, something like that. I would compare it to that number. It's not 85. I don't think it feels like an 85. 85 feels more power. But I cannot move the 2.5. I don't know how. They, like people say, there are some like light, like easy and tough grippers, like even if it is a COC2, an easier can be like, imagine 80 kilos, that are tougher can be 86. So there can be a big difference. So I think I have those. Like I may have an easier COC2 and a tougher 2.5. Like there is no way there should be that much gap between a 2 and 2.5. Like this feels easy and 2.5 feels impossible. Like it, I cannot even get close, like not even close to closing it. I only closed it once and hurt my hand. COC2 is no joke. Pradeep was the number one left arm. Suhail Khan. Suhail Khan won the nationals pretty easily. Francis Ngannou has the best grip. No, he doesn't. Francis like barely has 10 pounds on me in grip strength. And just imagine how much trained his body is. He must be on PEDs too. And he's like 6'4" or 6'5", and he's like twice my size, and his body is fully trained, and his hand is twice the size mine, maybe even more than twice my hand size, and he has like 10 pounds on me in grip strength. I closed COC3 and got 85 kg on a Temu dyno. That dynamometer is definitely wrong. If you're closing a COC3, I think you should be somewhere around 110 kilos, I would assume. I remember him at least. I checked my gripper and I used 30 kilos to hang on it, and it was showing 29.9. So it is pretty accurate. Pradeep versus Baxter, who wins? I need two hands to challenge Robert Baxter. Pablo, I'm going to go with the upset on this one. Corey is the favorite. I'm going with Pablo, man. I'm going with Pablo. I think Pablo will like win the height battle. And Pablo with a defensive top roll, because Corey is just going to go sideways, not going to try to climb or anything like that. So he's just going to go sideways. And I think Pablo will, if you are posting, if you're trying to gain height and the other guy is just going sideways, you eventually end up in this rotational top roll. I think that's how it is going to go. And eventually Corey's wrist will get cracked. And Corey has a flop press too, so he can tire Pablo has a flop press, so he can tire Corey with that rotating defensive top roll, posting top roll. And then when the match gets stopped here, he can transition to a flop press. That's how I think Pablo is going to win. Imagine if the match goes exactly like that. I will be one of the master predictors. Like Pablo fighting for height, Corey hits sideways, Pablo gets close to the pad, cracks Corey's wrist, maybe gets pinned once, does that again in the second round. Then he cannot bring him back. So he sacrifices his own wrist, gets behind his shoulder, and flop presses Corey. All of this could end. Maybe Corey is just going to flash pin Pablo like 3 times in a row. It is highly possible that Corey flash pins Pablo 3 times. Corey is looking so big despite losing so much weight. Let's see. Let's see how my prediction goes. Pablo cracked that fat wrist. Ah, no, too much pronation. Too much pronation from Corey. There was nothing stopping there. Too much side pressure, too much pronation. Corey is too powerful. Did he say Larrett wouldn't be able to close the gripper? Yes, yes, I did say. I don't think Devon can close the COC2 anymore. There was a time where he was strong enough to close even a COC 2.5. Yeah, but those, yeah, he got the 76 kg recently, but he closed a 2.5 like how many years ago? When he tried a 2.5, I remember it was like 7 6 7 years ago. He couldn't close it even back then. So even though now Devon is much stronger, but his grip has gotten weaker, and it does get weaker with age, no matter who you are. So yes, Devon has gone down that much from being able to close a COC 2.5 to I don't think he can close a 2 now. And this the 70 kg on dynamometer that you're talking about. In that attempt, Devon was genuinely trying. So maybe if he went another attempt, he could have gotten 80 kilos. And 80 kilos is the territory where you can like almost close a COC2. But with that 76, he's not doing that. Yes, yeah, you're saying he got 75 when he was 240. His grip strength was more when he was weighing 240. It's not. Jody was amazing. Jody got, I think, like 48 kilos or something. Pablo, can you crack that wrist for me? Or are you going to go down just like the previous one? Pablo on the right, Corey on the left, standing tall. Pablo has dropped his weight. If you drop your weight like this, you need to hit really fast. If you're slow, then you dropping a weight for a top roll, it kind of works against you. Pablo's arm is like opened that much already. Pablo puts the brakes. No, no, no. Is there an injury or some what? Pablo, I don't think that's the ideal setup. He's already opened that much, and Corey's like so tight when they're starting. It falls off starting at the extreme. Devon is his super finger and hand strength, but in 40% of the full range of motion. Your crappy Indian gripper doesn't equal to. But that's Captains of Crush. That's not an Indian gripper. What are you talking about? COC2, Captains of Crush. It almost broke my glass. Come on, man. We're talking about COC2 for like 15 minutes here, and you're like, this is an Indian gripper. Ermes had 120, Ermes Gasp 124, I think he had. 122 on the right, 120, 118 on the left, if I remember correctly. Hermes is a beast, man. Hermes Gasparini is a beast. I messaged Hermes. I was like, bro, do you know why Brian Shaw didn't try the gripper thing when you went to his home? Like he was feeling some kind of pain in his hand. I was like, bro, you would have done more than him. That's why he did. That's why the pain was there in the first place. And I won't tell what Hermes said after that, but I genuinely believe that it was the case. Because even with Philip Larson, when Brian saw that Philip had a pretty solid grip on the right, that maybe close to him, Corey West pins Pablo 3 times in a row without much trouble, without any trouble at all. Big win for the guy. That's it for Pablo. Corey is younger. He's probably hungrier. Now Pablo is not going to beat Corey in the future. Maybe if he goes crazy like Devon, if he gets into the best shape of his life when he's in 50s, maybe he can do something. But as of now, Corey seems to be unstoppable. How did Devon beat Corey on the left arm so easily? Corey is so strong. Like Tobias barely beat him. But yeah, Devon is ahead of Tobias for all. Amazing performance from Corey West. I did 130 kg both hands. I don't really believe you, but okay. Alijan has 120 kg grip. I don't think Alijan has a 120 kg grip. And you will see a correlation between a good flop press and the strength that you have in squeezing grippers. I'm not sure what kind of grip Jerry has. I would like to know, but I think it can be cool because Jerry's finger containment is good in this position. Kamil, once again, like Kamil, you're not getting out of Kamil's hand when he's flop pressing. And Kamil's grip is also like almost 120 kilos. So Kamil, Ermes Gasparini has a good flop. When he's flopping, you're not climbing on top of his fingers. So Ermes also 120 plus grip. Vitali, great flop against Devon. We saw in the first round. We saw against Michael Todd, great flop, not getting out of his fingers. So there is a relation between this gripper crushing strength and having a good flop press. But Michael Todd also transitions pretty well with his shoulder, and he has a terrible grip. Tobias, I've not seen Tobias Sporong's flop press, but yeah, obviously his grip is amazing. Can you flop press a 65 kg female? Not off the go, but I think definitely after the match has stopped. Like I need to tire her out first. Maybe I can stop the match like this too, but it has to come after 30 seconds, 20 seconds, maybe 30. Yeah, 181 or 171 it was. It was insane. Yeah. Logan Bittinger is awesome. I saw that. I saw his videos. There is a American discus thrower, and he got like 350 pounds on a gripper. He has an insane grip. I'd like to see more discus throwers. Like does everyone have a solid grip, or is he an exception? Like even if the other guys are obviously they won't get 350, but even if they're getting like 220, 230, 240, I'll start to think. Corey West is asking for Rickard Boardman. I think Corey's a little too strong for Rickard. I won't want that match. I think Jerry is going to be a better match for Rickard than Corey. Roger Stone. I think yeah, that's what you're. That's who I was talking about. Is that a black American guy who's a discus thrower? Roger Stone or is it, no? I don't think that was the name. Let me see. Yeah, track and field athlete. That's the one. Was it 353 or 333? 2 meters tall. Okay. Flop is more like climbing specific strength. I would say the cramped fingers. The good grip in a flop makes a difference between being in this flop, like flopping like this, versus being like this. That's the difference. Jerry versus Cody Merritt. Full intentions of making this thing a barn burner. That's what Cody is saying. Do you train? No, I don't train for arm wrestling. I arm wrestled a couple of co-workers yesterday. After a long time, I arm wrestled someone, and my wrist was hurting just holding those guys. Even on the left arm, it was strange. Right, right pronation for some weird reason works well, but I have zero arm power in the right. What did you mean? It has the flop press has to come after 30 seconds. That's what I was saying. Somebody asked. Someone asked me if I can flop press a female arm wrestler in the 65 kg category. I was like, yes, but it has to come after 30 seconds. So the flop press has to come after 30 seconds. I cannot do it like if the match stopped. Okay, let me switch to a flop. I'll break my arm trying to do that. After 30 seconds, like both are really tired. Then you can switch the muscles and it becomes easy. Was Corey versus Pablo left hand? Yes. 3, I cannot even touch the 2.5. What are you talking about? I'll be really happy if someday in my life I can close the COC 2.5. That will definitely be my ceiling. 398 people watching now. We are going to see Jerry Big Daddy Caderet on the left arm against I think all of us are going to watch Jerry on the left arm for the first time. Maybe some of you may have found the old left arm match. I've seen a Jerry versus Travis match too, I think, on the left arm. We have seen, but definitely the first live left arm match that anyone in this world is watching. Jerry is watching his left arm live match for the first time in his career. Cody Spermerit. Cody is almost as good as Corey West on the left arm. I think now Corey must have surpassed him. I think Corey already beat him, if I remember correctly. So Pablo versus Cody Merritt. I'm not sure who is going to win there, but Cody may be like number three, at least number three in USA on the left arm. And I don't think Jerry is number three in USA. When will Morozov versus Ermes happen? How many matches left between that? Let me see. One, two, three, three more matches after this one. So four matches. Four matches means like 1.5 hour, 90 minutes from now. 4 hours ago, Jerry was a second blood clots. Yeah, he may be 40% chance of survival. Need to see him alive. Yeah, I don't think Jerry has a chance. But Cody only has a top role. Like I don't think he has anything inside or side pressure. But so if Jerry can somehow flop his own wrist back, I think the match may be stuck there. And they both have lost a lot of weight. They both have lost a lot of weight. Jerry lost 50 pounds, as we discussed earlier in this live stream. And let me see how many pounds Cody was. So 131 kilos, Cody Merritt. So he's also under 300 pounds. Because top rollers like Cody can struggle if they get stuck against a flop presser. Cody's right arm looks a key. Wow, Jerry's accessing the flop. There's a slip. Imagine if Jerry wins this match. Like he's in this shape and he like barely survived. He was about to die as per the doctors. He came back. And did he even train for like a month? That all of that happened like 2 months ago. How is he even back at the table? Like obviously he got no time to train at the table. And imagine if he beats the number three guy in USA on the left arm. Come on, man. Merritt on the left, Caderet on the right. It is left arm match, round one in the strap. They go. First time we are seeing Jerry's left arm action. Can he do the unthinkable? Can he surprise everyone? Or is Cody too much? Cody is too much. He takes him outside of his shoulder. Jerry couldn't access the press. Cody Merritt is happy. He celebrates. Round one goes to Cody. Jerry did go for his flop, but he was immediately pulled out of the shoulder. He never had access to an offensive flop, and he does not have that kind of stopping power on the losing side that he has on the right arm. He does not have that on the left. Why is it that my heart rate does not rise watching this event? Man, this is a great point. Like sometimes I also want those moments to return. I was like, when I was watching the 2008 18 Devon versus Michael Todd match or any of the WL matches, because they uploaded the matches the same day. When the matches got uploaded, I kept refreshing. And when I'm watching the match, like literally my heart would be exploding watching this. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? Is Jeff Hill finally going to beat Sam Harris in their second match? I was rooting for Jeff Hill so hard. And man, those moments, I don't get that feeling now. My heart is not like racing watching these matches anymore. What has changed in last 8 years? It used to happen 8 years ago, but it doesn't anymore. And shout out to WL, man. They uploaded like as soon as the match was over, a few hours later they have uploaded the match on on their YouTube channel. They also had a pay-per-view. Nobody really bought it. It was a pay-per-view for $3 on BR Live and Fan Seat, I think that was the name, on a couple of platforms. $3 pay-per-view for WL full cards. Cody keeps him out once again, but Jerry puts the brakes on this time. Elbow foul on Jerry. He did stop Cody this time. Jerry is laughing. His right arm is looking pretty lean. Jerry is shouting at Cody's corner. He's like, he doesn't need any fucking advice. How much money do you tell us? Hermes response. What is the question? Object grip is hand size. Someone is 600-pound grip cannot have the geometry purchase. Don't move. Go again. Jerry puts the brakes on. Corey's trying to finish the match. He almost finishes it. Yep. Needed 3 surges to just rip Jerry's shoulder open, but he did that. For you to tell us what Hermes' response is saying, okay, Brian saying, no. He was just having fun. He was just having fun. Nothing serious. Nothing serious. He didn't think about it. But when I told him, he was just having fun. Pradeep, cardio too good while watching pay per view. Cardio, who's doing the cardio? And obviously, he's going to laugh because I said it in a joking manner. But do you see it? Brian had something wrong with his fingers when Philip Larson was there, when Philip was doing like what, 110 kilos or something like that, or 210 pounds. No, 220. Philip did more than 100. Brian could have done more than that, but it was close to Brian's high score. And when Ermes Gasparini did like 110 kilos, when Brian would have been like, maybe Ermes got more than me, his hand, there was something wrong with his hand there too. But his hand was fine when he was doing that with Devon, who has a terrible grip. Wow, I didn't know you had been following. Wow, 2018, I was like just like a crazy fan watching the WL page, refreshing it. And I tried to purchase the pay-per-view, but it was not available in India. I was watching the matches so like a crazy fan back in 2018 was the time when I was not missing a single video, like watching all podcasts through the finger podcast and no, not through the is it through the finger? No, hand control worldwide, not through the finger. Well, this time Jerry is on the offensive. Cody is stuck. Cody is stuck in a defensive top roll this time, and Jerry takes him down. Jerry puts Cody Merritt down to the pad. How did this start happen? Let me see again. Jerry is amazing. Wow, he did take a round away from Cody. Wow, this time he got behind his shoulder pretty quick. Who is in Jerry's corner? No, I don't know. Wow. You have been following arm wrestling. Even back in 2015 and stuff, I was still watching arm wrestling, some rare WL videos, the Game of Arms videos I was watching in 2015 too. But 2017, from that time, I watched everything that there was on the internet about arm wrestling. Who is Jerry telling to shut up? Okay, Bob Brown is telling Bob Brown to shut up. Jerry, can Jerry do that again? Imagine if Jerry wins this match. Come on, man. Jerry's going to get more left-handed matches, surely, against top rollers. Don't move, go. This time, Jerry didn't quite get behind his shoulder. Cody has the offensive position. He's about to pin Jerry. Jerry's about to lose, and he has lost the match. Cody made a too strong 3-1 victory. Three one. Next match is Tobias versus Alex Kurdecha. I would say Gerbil Clarinet. What is that? Jerry half dead and still saying that he want to rematch Ermes. They really hate Jerry. Jerry said, "You big fuck." Vendetta was fun. Yeah. I do remember all of those videos where Oleg Zoc was calling out Devon Larrett for $10,000 and Devon was avoiding him. He was saying, "No, I will arm wrestle Dennis Siplenkov first. And then after I beat him, maybe I can arm wrestle you." So I do remember all of those videos. How many of you remember that $10,000 from Oleg Zoc to Devon Larrett? And at that time, 2018, genuinely, like, I don't think Devon had any chance on the left arm to beat Oleg Zoc. If Oleg got his match against Devon 2018, I think he would have won that rematch. Cody let that pin happen. Yeah, he was sleeping a little bit. Siplenkov at 115. I was in a hospital getting ready for my right shoulder surgery 2018, I think it was. Yeah. So, and I bought the pay-per-view. The hospital nurse was telling me to sleep. I remember it was like 1 a.m. or something like that. And I was like, okay, okay. And then I somehow escaped that hospital room and I went to the rooftop to watch the match. And it didn't show us anything. The stream crashed. They did not prepare themselves to for a live stream. They sold, like, I heard, like 10,000 pay-per-views or something crazy like that, which was unheard of in 2018. And that was a $30 pay-per-view, 50% more expensive than what it is today. It was a $30 pay-per-view. I escaped the nurses somehow, and yet I didn't get to watch the match. Like, when the stream finally started working a little bit, Dennis Siplenkov was already sitting in on his chair like a boss. And well, how many matches are left? How many have done? Or are the results? I'll talk about them soon. Right? Professional at work, let down by infrastructure. Number 3 fan, Japanese car 1501 is first one is Mark. 1625 XP. I don't know how this XP system works. Clearly, super chats have affected this. If you don't desire and want to be the best, then what are you doing it for? The matches that are over so far: Bob Brown versus Jones, 3-0 Bob. Courtney, 3-1 over Nastasia. Ryan Ballinger, 3-0. Jason Merlo. Jeremy Parker, 3-1. Auden Larrett. Irakli Zirakashvili, 3-0. Yoshinobu Kanai. Adam Wodzinski, 3-1. Peter Celis. Tom Holland, 3-1. Justin Bishop. Yanis Omolis, 3-0. Craig Touye. Corey West, 3-0. Pavlo. Cody Merritt, 3-1. Jerry. Next up is Tobias versus Kordecha. So third left arm match back to back. I think it's the first time we are seeing that. Back to back three left arm matches. Then Muratov versus Bourneman. Then the world title match Stoika versus Hutchings. Gasparini versus Morozov. Patrenko versus Todd. So we still have 5 matches left. Isn't that crazy? Their stream is already, the stream that started almost 1 hour late is already 4 hour 18 minutes long. I think Kordecha is going to win this match. The only thing that is good for you, Alex, is that it's going to be over very quickly. I think Kordecha should win this match. He just needs to get a slip. I think in the strap, his hand will be strong enough to hold on to Tobias Sporong's power and his speed, and his arm is going to be stronger than Tobias. But it will be a war either way. It will be one of the best matches of the night. Stop hacking my computer, please. Okay. I'm only excited for Oleg versus Michael, Hermes, Artyom, Alijan, Rickard because I want to know that is Giant Slayer on the right arm. Yeah, that's why they are the main events. That's why you are excited for them. 3 flash pins from Tobias. I wouldn't be totally surprised if that happens. I just recited all of the results like 3 minutes ago. Just go back in the stream and you'll get all of the results. 380 people watching, 289 thumbs up. We're pretty close to hitting 300 thumbs up. That will be a cool number. I've been on this live stream since last 4 hour 38 minutes. Tobias Sporong. He's a giant, 6'5", weighs over 130 kilos. Maybe he's already close to 140. He's getting big. Tobias says his height is 6'4", but he's clearly taller than 6'4". Morozov also claims 6'4", and Tobias is much taller than Morozov. Like Kordecha has, everyone talks about him having those good days and bad days where he will almost beat Morozov and then he'll get dusted by Jerry Caderet. I hope that this is one of his good days. He needs that win. He has been losing too much. He got destroyed by Devon on the left arm. He got destroyed by Dadikian on the left arm. I hope Tobias also doesn't do the same to him. Morozov is not 6'4". Tobias is being truthful. Then almost everyone is lying. Kurdecha is 6'6", I think. He claims to be 6'7", but I think he's 6'6". And I don't think he's much taller than Tobias. Yeah, 193 centimeter versus 201. There is no way there's a 8 centimeter gap between these two guys. Absolutely no chance. Maybe like Kurdecha is like 3 centimeters taller than Tobias. Maybe four, but definitely not eight. Vlad Tren is like 170. I saw him at Nationals. Ermes would also win, and Rickard versus Alijan maybe 50-50. Are there any predictions on the matches? Oleg would win. Here are my predictions, okay? I don't think Michael. Wow, Tobias destroys Kurdecha. The thing that I was worried about, that I was hoping Kurdecha gets the slip somehow. He didn't. He didn't. Yep. It's difficult against these guys, man. He's fast, he's explosive. And again, he has like a 130 plus kilo grip. Just buried Kurdecha. Buried his hand on the, not buried, but he just scorched the pin pad with his hand. This time again, he drills Kurdecha, winner. Kurdecha couldn't get the slip. What are you complaining about, bro? Just go for a flop press slip. So this would be the easiest that anyone has beaten Kurdecha. And we're talking about Dadikian, we're talking about Devon Larrett, we're talking about Morozov. Tobias is beating Kurdecha easier than all of these three. I did say that it can happen. That's why I was saying I hope Kurdecha gets a slip in the strap. His arm may be powerful enough to stop the match. Why is he in the top 10? What is Kurdecha doing? Trying to hold on. Just go for a flop press slip, man. Come on. But doing that flop press slip. uh, Yeah, 3-0. That's a pin. 3-0. That is the fastest match ever. Fastest East versus West match ever. 3-0 Tobias is Parong. How much did this match take? Let me see. At 4:21, the match has not started. 4:22 also match has not started, and 24 it is over. This has to be like as fast as the Derek Smith versus Morozov and Derek Smith versus Rivaz Lutidze matches. I'll tell you the time between first ready go and the last pin. First ready go is 4:22:24. 4:22:24 and 4:24:34. So 2 minute 10 seconds. 2 minute 10 seconds and the match was over. Kurdecha used to beat Tobias in after pull. Nobody can beat Kurdecha in after pull. Kurdecha versus Leonidas next. Kurdecha should give me his genetics. When Derek Smith beat Tim Bresnan, I thought he was gonna dethrone Levan. Yeah, that was definitely, and that is definitely going to be the biggest win of his life forever, beating Tim Bresnan. Kurdecha never wins. Kurdecha versus Matt Mask next. How much you want to bet that the highlights video that East versus West uploads will only be 2 minutes? सारे मैच का एक एक स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिए तो मेन मैच आएंगे उससे पहले डाल देंगे सबकी एक मिला के. So he's thinking about climbing the ranks. That was faster than my wedding night performance. Mark, thank you again for the super chat. Yeah, 2 minute 10 seconds is all it took. It sometimes it's like Kurdecha is also in a hurry to go home and or to go to the practice pulse by ending the event quickly. Come on, man! At this level, you cannot even slip. Too much wrist curl, too much pronation from Tobias Sporong. Didn't try for a flop press slip. He should have gone for it. But again, going for a flop wrist press slip against guys who have that kind of squeezing strength who can close COC3, it's not a good idea. Tobias can maybe even close a 3.5. I don't think he can, but maybe he'll be close. My name is Alijan Muratov. I can come here to destroy Richard Borman. So the last time somebody said that he's too big for Alijan Muratov, Alijan is a small guy. That guy was Ermes Gasparini, and it didn't end well for him. I know it's the right arm now, but Rickard is saying the same thing that he thinks he can beat the super heavyweights. You need. I'll send him back to the 105 kg category. Uh, there will be a king's move. There will be a stop. It's just that whether Rickard Boardman can flop press through it or not. Alijan versus Rickard Borman, right arm super match. I think it is going to be a great match, really close one. Really close one. Who do I want to go with? Who should I go with in this one? I think Alijan's right has to be better than Lars Rohrbachen, right? It has to be. And Rickard won comfortably against Lars. So even if somehow Alijan can win, it will be one of the most difficult matches of his life. I'm still going with Alijan Muratov in this one. His flop press will be tested by Alijan's King's move. Just wait a second, guys. Let me bring something, a little something laddus to it. And yeah, why do they like this music that Rickard Borman has? I think he's using it again, the same thing. Why don't arm wrestlers come up with a cool music, a same music that they use every time, so that it means something. When they use different music every time, like nobody really knows. Like, do you remember any arm wrestler using any sound? Like Levan used Unstoppable by Sia once. I remember that, but you don't really remember what entrance music these guys are using. So they should start using the same music again and again. That's what they should, so that the music gets associated with them. That's what I would be advising these arm wrestlers if I was their manager. Moving like a absolute boss, Genghis Khan, Alishan Muratov. Oscar John Johansson. Okay, I always forget what that currency is. Why isn't it gonna be three flash pins in a row? Three flash pins from who? Did you say was this chat for the Kodecha match or this match? Let me create a poll. Rickard versus Alijan right arm match. I hope this is the match of the night. I was expecting Kurdecha also to give us a really good fight on the left arm, but Kurdecha probably realized that the event is taking too long to finish, so he helped a little bit. Rickard has not lost. He's like he's not lost at all against anyone. Bro, that's not a pin. Rickard was saying that's a fucking pin. Let me watch it again. Maybe I missed something. Like to me, it did look close to a pin. No, 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 it was above the pin pad, at least 2 3 inches above. Somehow this live stream is just hanging by a thread. It's like nothing really working. I tried to create a poll. It isn't really responding, but as long as my video is going through. Why was it given a pin? How was that given a pin? And Alijan didn't even contest it. It was like that much above the pin pad. What was that? Travis was saying, does Alijan even know that we have a challenge flag? I mean, you want the young guy to do well, but like that was not a pin. I need some milk. Shout out to my hero that just died. He was a big fan of milk too. Can you guess who I'm talking about? This time they get to the strap. Now let me create a poll. Rickard versus Alijan. I hope people don't get confused with a left arm match. It is a right arm match. I'm telling you again. It is not a left arm match. 298 likes. I have not liked my stream myself. 308 likes it has now. Homelander, yep. Abhijit got it right. Froston also got it right. Man, I was such a big Homelander fan. When they nerfed him, they killed him in a stupid way. I went on to IMDb, the they rated it 1 star. I so did. Wow, Richard Borman is trash talking Alijan Muratov. Alijan with a big elbow foul. Rickard is trash talking Alijan Muratov by completely consuming his hand and telling him that it is over. It is over. Alijan's confidence has kind of gone away. Meow meow. There. Yes, it is milk. Homelander would beat Prime Gennady. Come on, told you guys. Rickard is not left. Then whole life savings on Rickard. He's the future number one. Damn, Alijan stands so calm and then explodes into a king's move. That is so ugly. His hand was completely gone. It's completely gone. Do something, Alijan. Make it interesting. I thought Rickard is going to need a flop press to beat you. Looks like you would need a flop press to beat Rickard. Rickard has so much wrist curl and easily destroys Alijan. Wow. That was not close. It's like so much wrist curl and just takes him down. Did he say his elbow is fucked up? Whose elbow? Easy 2-0 lead for Rickard Borman. What's the damn score, you moron? 2-0 it is. 2-0. Did my stream freeze or what? I don't see anything. Come on. No, it is working. Still working. You have another hater. Good job, Pradeep. What did I do? What did I do to earn your hate? It's lagging, but we still live. Okay. Okay, that guy. You're talking about that guy. Do something, Alijan. Don't get destroyed like that. And how good is Rickard Borman already? He has been arm wrestling for what, 4 years now? And he's like so good already. So good. Alijan did so much better against Reno Message at Worlds. Good slip from Alijan this time. How is there such a big difference in Alijan's right and left? Let's hope there is a stop. Let's hope there is a stop this time. I mean, there was a stop in the second round too, but wow, I realized that I haven't seen Alijan get pinned on either arm. So that's right arm is human. I think this shit was left arm. Why Alijan doing right arm? No, even schoolboy beat Rickard on the left. This time Alijan hits early. It was surely a false start, and he has taken Rickard on the losing side. Can Rickard get back from here? Alijan with the offensive hit. He's completely buried himself under the table, but he's in the offensive side. Rickard may hit him back. He must have to stand. Rickard trying to get into a shoulder press. Rickard is pressing. Alijan is standing up. Flop press versus top roll. Elbow foul on Rickard Bourneman. Wow. Alijan was like in a full blown offensive top roll, completely under the table. And very close. He had good hand, full hand control, and yet he cannot finish the match. And surely this was a false start. But Alijan deserves to have all the false starts in the world not being called false starts because of what happened to him in the first round. It was not a pin. So it did turn out to be a King's move versus flop press. Exactly how I wanted it to be. Don't forget the weight difference, Pradeep. Yes, yes. Rickard is like at least like around 25 kilos heavier than Alijan. Will Alijan fall start again? Good start this time, but now this time he has lost his own wrist instead of taking Bourneman's wrist. Alijan has lost his wrist. Even though the match is towards Alijan's side slightly, but Bourneman is in a good position. Too much side pressure from Alijan. Bourneman is not able to knock him off center with his hit. Nope, not working. He's trying to go sideways, not really working. So my stream crashed. That was not good news. That was not good news. I'll have to do the recap once again. How much of it did you hear? I was like, this was stream was already hanging with a thread. It was any time it was going to crash, and unfortunately, it did crash. Richard Bondman versus Alijan Muratov super heavyweight right arm match. Round one, Alijan slips from Rickard's top roll, but it was given as a pin. It was maybe a couple of inches above the pin pad, a mistake by the referees, which Alijan did not contest. So it was given as a pin to Rickard. In the second round, Alijan was able to get the slip. And throughout this match, you will see Alijan was somehow trying to survive Rickard Bondman's power. Was he able to do that? Let's see. In the strap, this time, Rickard with too much wrist control, he just eased Alijan down to the pad after he already had one foul. 2-0 Rickard Borman. This time there was no doubt, no miscalculations by the referee, no opportunity for a protest or anything like that. Third round, Rickard Borman. This time Alijan Muratov hit with an offensive top roll and he took Rickard's wrist. That was surprising. To me, it was clearly a false start, but maybe Alijan deserved to get that much after the mistake in the first round by the referees. And once he took his wrist, Rickard was in this position. He was about to lose. Alijan was hanging with his whole body weight. You can literally see just an arm, and even probably his whole head was below the table. That's how much under the table he was. But it was not a King's move. It was not a King's move. It was an offensive top roll. It was perfectly fine according to the rules. But then Rickard, with his flop press, tried to move him back to the center. He did an elbow foul. After the second start, this time Alijan fouled. He was not able to take Rickard's wrist, and finally, when the restart happened, Alijan hit Rickard. He was not able to take his wrist this time. Rickard Borman kind of gave his wrist and flop pressed Alijan straight to the pad for a dominant 3-0 victory. This guy, Rickard Borman, is undefeated. Like, he's just 4 years in arm wrestling. Yes, there was a 25 kilo weight difference in this match, but still Alijan is good. He was able to stop Reno Masic at Worlds for a very long time, and he couldn't stop Rickard Borman's power. So maybe we need to give him even tougher matches in the future on the right arm, obviously. So undefeated South African wins this match pretty easily. Alijan's dreams of having too many right arm matches at East versus West are probably going to be a little short now. Let's discuss the result of other matches. Zirakashvili destroyed Yoshinobu Kanai 3-0. It was not close. Borzinski destroyed Peter Sellis 3-1. Then Tom Holland 3-1 over Justin Bishop. Yanis Omolins destroyed Craig Touye 3-0. Corey West 3-0 easy over Pavlo. Cody Merritt lost one round to Jerry's flop press, but he won 3-1. Kurdecha was out there to break the record of the fastest East versus West match. Not by winning, but by losing. Tobias Sporong didn't even let him slip. The whole match took 2 minutes 10 seconds from the first ready go till the last pin. It was just 2 minutes 10 seconds, and Tobias Sporong destroyed Alex Kurdecha. So Kurdecha is really not really winning anything at East versus West these days. Then we had Rickard Borman versus Alijan Muratov, and Rickard, as we just discussed, destroyed Alijan. That's it for this video. You can still purchase the pay-per-view using code Pradeep, 5% off. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel. I'll see you again in the next video. Okay, that was the recap. 438 people watching. The Rickard Borman. I'm muted. I am muted? Really? Are you telling me? No, I was not muted. When I was. Okay, that is an old super chat, Mark, I assume. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the super chat. I was like, man, was I muted throughout this whole recap? Fortunately, I was not. So when my stream crashed, maybe that's when. Mark, you have my number. You don't need to spend 18 dirhams to let me know about something. You could have just messaged me. I can hear him. Some people are still saying I was muted. No. No, you're not muted. Yeah, he's lying. So maybe he's talking about the time when my stream froze. Maybe that's when the super chat came in. Anyways, I got 18 more dirhams from Mark's sixth super chat, his sixth super chat of the night. A lot of us couldn't hear you. I had to restart YouTube, and now I can hear. Okay. Okay. $433 people watching. If you still cannot hear me, try to but how will you know what I'm saying if you cannot hear me? Maybe somebody. I'm Todd Hutchings and I came here to fuck up Bogdan. It was lagging. Okay. Alijan was the favorite in the polls, a slight favorite, but he got destroyed. Yoshi will destroy Alijan on the right arm in 100. Yeah, Yoshi versus Alijan. That's the match that we need to see now. That's a good suggestion. And whoever loses this match never gets invited back to East versus West. That should be the criteria for a right arm match. Yeah, that's it. We still have too many good matches that we cannot afford to see. We don't want to see guys who lose too many matches. And Matt Mask was talking about a match with Yoshi. Matt versus Yoshi can be cool too. Tardzilla versus Bogdan. I think this will be one of the most lopsided polls, one-sided polls. Alijan is still powerful. It's not over for him. What are your predictions? Isn't it a good idea? Like at this point, when we are not getting enough matches in all of the categories, despite having like 15, 16 matches on the card, the loser of the Alijan versus Yoshi match does not get invited back for a right-handed match. I mean, Yoshi wouldn't get invited at all. Bogdan Soiga is pretty confident. He surprised all of us when he beat Paul Lin. He surprised a lot of us when he almost beat Nugo Shikadze. But Todd Hutchings is a different level. I'm telling you, sometimes that fast press can work even better against Todd Hutchings than those guys. So there is a possibility that we might see a new East versus West champion tonight if Todd Hutchings cannot slow down that press. But I think he can. I think he can. He'll just apply enough side pressure to block it somewhere. And once the match stops in a hook, it won't be close. It won't be close. There was a weight cut that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, Michael Todd. Not many people have mentioned it, but if Michael Todd successfully wins tonight, then I think it will create a new wave of weight cuts. If Michael can become the champion at this weight, we will see more and more guys cut weight in the future. Todd Hutchings in the house. Patrenko made Todd realize that 105 kg is not his category. But nobody has been able to do that to Todd in the 95 kg division. The 85 kg title changed hands at the last event after a long time. Will it happen? And also the 105 kg title changed hands when Petrenko. No, it didn't change hands. I think Petrenko was already the champion. Yeah. Is the 95 kg title going to change hands? Todd Hutchings is not 180 centimeters tall. Come on, man. I'm 179 and I'm quite sure I'll be taller than Todd Hutchings. That's Todd Hutchings in shoes, 2.5 centimeter shoes. Is Todd Hutchings going to rub Bogdan's head tonight? Bogdan with a top roll. Todd Hutchings elbow foul. Interesting. But Todd did catch him with his fingers. If Irakli cannot top roll Todd Hutchings, Bogdan, I have to give it to him to have the guts to try that, even without the straps. Now you're going for a flop. No, top roll. False start. One warning. Third start to this first round. One foul on Hutchings. One warning on Stoica. This time there's a slip. And now Uncle Todd will show him what true side pressure feels like. Todd didn't go for the top roll slip the first time around. He tried to hook him without the strap. Still remember how easily Todd Hutchings was able to beat Jordan Sonev in a hook. And Sonev gives battles to everyone, be it Reno Masic or be it who was the other top guy that was having wars. Wow! Good top roll attempt from Stoica, but Todd catches it somewhere. But Stoica is still in good position. Now Todd will apply the side pressure. Nope, not quite, not quite. Wow, elbow foul. That is already like much, much better than what Irakli Zirakashvili did. A much better top roll against Todd than Irakli Zirakashvili. Wow, Bogdan is amazing. Now he's going for a press. Now he's going for a press. Switching techniques just like he did against Paul Lynn to keep him confused. No. Both falls starting. So one foul on Stoica, one foul on Torts, one extra warning on Bogdan Stoica. I don't see this kind of flop press is not going to work on Todd. A tricep press may. Yeah, tricep press. What happened? Was that a false start? He did press through Todd, but it was a false start on both. It cannot be a false start on both simultaneously every single time. It has been like 3 times now. Come on, guys. Open your eyes. Somebody must be moving first. Once or maybe even twice, it's okay. But every time they both are supposedly moving exactly at the same time. Come on. Give somebody a foul and finish this round. Bogdan destroys Todd Hutchings in the first round with a tricep press. Todd Hutchings cannot stop that tricep press. That's what I was worried about. Too fast. If you put Todd on your bicep, he's in the defensive position. He's not really that strong there. Nothing compared to being in the offensive position. Todd Hutchings is a defensive arm wrestler, but when he's top rolling, not when he's hooking, or not when he's trying to stop a press. And Todd moved first this time. Todd moved first, and still Bogdan Stoica went through him. Man, if Bogdan Stoica loses this match, if Todd Hutchings loses this match, we need to bring Ryan Bowen to stop this guy. There is no one else left. Come on, am I right? We need to bring Ryan Bowen, that the only guy who can stop the specialist. I mean, the referees completely forgot to square Bogdan's shoulder. That's another issue. But it was only like slightly inwards. Even though Bogdan is like, even if Todd Hutchings cannot stop that tricep press, he can start going for a top roll. Like if he's top rolling, then I don't think Bogdan can do that tricep press. That will only work if Todd is hooking, right? Do I know a little bit of arm wrestling? This press is not going to work if Todd starts top rolling. This time Todd on the offensive and destroys Stoica. This time Todd was fast. And if he stops it in a hook, I mean, like, can anyone really beat him at 95 kilos? Now Toddzilla is oozing with confidence. That's the Toddzilla that we are used to seeing. But Bogdan already did better than Irakli Sirakashvili. Call King Bowen. Ryan Bowen was very suppressed in his match, like 1%. You are correct. Bacho beats most people. If Bacho is anywhere close to Bogdan Stoica. If Todd is close to Bogdan Stoica, if he loses another round in this match or two, man, I genuinely think Bacho can mess this category up when he goes to 95 kilos. I think he's going to mess it up. When he lost to Reno Masic, that was like 3 years ago at least. He was pretty young back then. Now he's like a fully grown, fully matured adult. At that time, he was like 20. So if I know for a fact that Bogdan won't be close to Bacho after seeing him dominate even the 105 kg guys. So if Bogdan is close to Todd Hutchings, I think Bacho can mess up Todd too. Bogdan is not happy with the setup. He's saying center, center. Obviously, Neil Pickup is doing biased commentary for Bogdan Stoica. Wow, Bogdan destroys Todd again. Fast pin. Easy flash pin from Bogdan Stoica. 2-1. 2 rounds away from becoming the champion. Todd Hutchings, if he stops the match this time in a hook, he needs to bleed Bogdan out. He needs to let him work. But Bogdan is too smart for that. He may lift his elbow and restart, and Todd Hutchings maybe loses that round too. How fast is that press? Wow. Wow. 2-1. I mean, styles do make matches. That's understandable, man. But I'm declaring today 2027 or maybe even this year, I'm declaring Bacho Saganashvili as the king of this category. That is if Bacho wants to cut the 5 kilos that he has to cut to get to 95. Bacho is the king of 95 in my opinion. And also the way Todd lost to Petrenko, I'm not saying he's going downhill. Rio again tricep presses through Todd Hutchings. Bogdan Stoica is destroying Todd with his presses. 3-1. It's almost over. How did this guy get so good? Like, it's somebody explain this to me. And how did Nugo beat him then if he's so good? Wow, just pure wrist curl and tricep press. Pure wrist curl. And it's not even like it was very fast. Todd did get some time, like from here to here, it went down in like a second. So we cannot really say that Todd didn't get any chance to apply his power. He did, but Bogdan still went through him. Todd, go for a top roll, man. What are you doing? Your hook is not working. Go for a top roll. Your top roll made you a champion, not a hook. Hook never made Todd Hutchings the champion. Go for a top roll. But Todd Hutchings' defense against a flop press is also not good when he's on the defensive side. So Bogdan may end up just flop pressing him if Todd goes for a top roll. I think Todd is kind of helpless here. False start from Todd Hutchings, and still Bogdan looks solid. At first, Bogdan was like trying to hide something. He's going to top roll or hook. Second warning, one foul on Todd Hutchings. He's just one foul away from losing this entire match and losing his 95 kg world title. Top roll, Todd. You're going for a hook again. Come on, man. It's the last round. Come on, Uncle Todd, do something, man. No, just Bogdan is too strong. False start, false start. Bogdan flash pinned him, but that was a false start. I think he's going to do the same again. I don't think anything changes. I'm not sure why Todd is not going for a top roll at this moment. Wow, destruction. Bogdan Stoika 4-1 destroys Todd Hutchings and rubs his head. Okay, guys. I think we need to call in Ryan Bowen, man. He's the only guy who can stop Bogdan. Wow, that has to be one of the biggest surprises in the world. Too strong. Too strong. Bogdan Stoika versus Todd Hutchings. That was a big surprise. You thought that Stoika surprised you and me and everyone else when he beat Paul Lynn. You thought Stoika surprised you when he almost beat Nugo Shikadze. Some people believe that he really did beat him because there were some mistakes by the referees. You thought that was a surprise. This one was an even bigger surprise. Bogdan completely manhandled Todd Hutchings. Todd just could not get the brakes on him. First round in the strap, Bogdan went for a top roll and it worked good. Not good enough to pin Todd Hutchings, but there was a foul on Uncle Todd trying to stop that top roll. And Bogdan was already top rolling better than Iraklis Irakashvili. Let that settle. Bogdan was top rolling Todd better than Iraklis Irakashvili. There was a foul, and Bogdan immediately changed his stance. He was not trying to hide his press. He just tricep pressed through Uncle Todd with ease, like in less than a second. Todd couldn't do anything. In the second round, Todd Hutchings came back. In the strap they were, and Todd Hutchings was much faster this time. He pulled Bogdan outside of his shoulder and flash pinned him in a hook. So we thought, okay, Uncle Todd missed the first go and he's coming back now. But not really. Third round, Bogdan again with a beautiful wrist curl and a beautiful fast tricep press. It wasn't like a 0.3 second flash pin. It was like 0.9 second flash pin. So Todd did have some time to apply his power, but there was not enough power to stop this guy. I kept doubting Bogdan when he was arm wrestling Paul Lynn. I doubted him again against Nugo. I doubted him again here. And he just tricep pressed through Uncle Todd even in the fourth round. So 4 times he pressed the guy who Robert Baxter was saying nobody can beat him. We have to move him up to 105. And this guy, out of nowhere, just destroyed Uncle Todd. So at this moment, only there is one guy left who can beat Stoika, and we have to get the goat of arm wrestling back. I'm talking about Ryan Bowen, obviously. Ryan is the only one who can beat Stoika. But I don't think he's going to cut down to 95. And jokingly, obviously, Stoika is much stronger now. I don't think Ryan can do anything here. So, who is the king of 95? After watching this match, as soon as I saw Bogdan beat Todd in one round, I immediately said, the king of 95 kilos is Stoika? No, it is Bacho Saginashvili. I'm making a prediction now that the day Bacho decides to cut 5 kilos, because that's all he has to cut, the day he decides to do that, he is the 95 kg world champion. And there is not a goddamn thing that anyone can do about that. That guy is simply that strong. But we have to wait to see whether he competes in this category or the 105 category. And Bogdan Stoika, you are amazing. I'll keep on doubting you and you keep on proving me wrong. Thanks for watching. Okay, so it's like I let that second round go because I knew I had a viable lane. I cannot believe my eyes. Bogdan Stoica, East versus West champion of the world. It's like nobody really knew about this guy at the top level just a couple of years ago. Even a year ago, nobody really took him seriously. And now that is the fastest ascent to the top level. That is amazing. And and unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, the progress that Todd Hutchings kept making, it's over. He's 60 years old. It's only downhill for Uncle Todd from this position. So, do you agree with me on this one? Like he lost in the 105 kg category. Now he lost this title to. Yeah, he can still probably keep on beating Irakli, but to be honest, I'm after seeing Boston's top roll, I'm not entirely sure about that too. But Todd Hutchings, I'm not saying he's like immediately going to fall down or something like that, but the progress is definitely it has definitely stopped. And to be honest, I think the progress stopped like more than a year ago. Todd Hutchings 2 years ago, in my mind, was stronger than what he is right now, or 1 year ago, not 2 years ago. End of an era. Yeah. That will be a great title for the Todd. And some people will hate me. Well, Todd loses one match and Pradeep calls it end of an era. So I don't know who these guys are. That's how Mike Aiello beat Todd Hutchings like more than a decade ago. 3:47 a.m. Yep. 3:47 in India. Ermes will win 3-0. It will be really close. Morozov versus Ermes. I'm here to terminate the Terminator. So everyone is speaking English, and you tell me Morozov cannot say a few words in English. The first intro that I'm seeing not in English. See you soon. Okay, he is also speaking English a little bit. Wow. Bogdan Stoica, man. Bogdan Stoica. I still cannot believe what I saw. 570 people watching. Hit the thumbs up because the co-main event is on. Morozov. Ermes Gasparini. Artyom Morozov. No music for Morozov? Why? Absolutely silent. No more. No music for Morozov. Best of five. Can someone tell me? I think it may be a best of seven, even though it's not the main event, not the title match. It's still maybe a best of seven. I did hear somewhere that it is a best of seven. I think Morozov will get beaten the same way. Need to relax my back a little bit. I've been sitting for too long here for 5 hour 40 minutes. Do not sleep on Hermes King's move. I'm not sure. I did hear it somewhere. It's kind of funny what happened. Where's the rival music? The stream is freezing again. Hermes Gasparini. I'm not even connected to the 5G network. Why? 5G. Can you guys still hear me? Or has my stream crashed? I cannot hear the. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm still there. I'm still there. Hermes 30, Hermes copy, Ducky, Larrett. No, we good. Thank you. Thank you. 28 versus 33 years old, 6'4", 6'2", 133, 127, 2 inches bicep difference. Is there a 2 inch difference in their bicep? Morozov versus Gasparini. Be prepared for a war. I've been talking about many matches being wars, but this is genuinely going to be a war. And the reason is more Hermes wins, but he does not flash pin the top guys. That's not his style. He hits back for position and then he goes sideways. So he's not going to flash pin Morozov or anything. What if Morozov beats Hermes? Wow, that would be a big surprise, even bigger surprise than Stoica beating Hutchings. Round one, no strap. Morozov definitely the bigger guy. Even though the weight difference is not too much. Good slip, good neutral slip for both. Morozov, the top roller, is there. Morozov has realized that hooking doesn't really work in the top 10 anymore in the super heavy division. So left handed, he started top rolling. Right handed, I haven't really seen a top roll from him because he couldn't even top roll Kurdecha. He had to like flop press him in one round. He had to hook him in a couple of rounds. I hope to see a top roll on his right arm too, which I haven't really seen yet. He was in a top roll against Kamil Jablonski at King of the Table, but that is Kamil forcing the top roll because he's giving up his own wrist. Ermes with a good setup. Morozov is looking unsettled. He's chalking the elbow pad. Looks like he's going to try to catch Ermes in a hook. He doesn't want his elbow to lift off the front. I'm not sure why he's chalking so much. And I'm not sure if a chalk can prevent that. Some Tension is high. Morozov, Gasparini. The big match. Round one about to start. If Morozov beats Gasparini, then we have a new contender for Levant Saginashvili. Wouldn't that be awesome? I'm rooting for the Gladiator, but I won't mind Morozov winning this match. Like everyone is scared suddenly if Morozov beats Gasparini. Everyone is scared. Maybe not Levant, but Devon is worried now. Vitali is worried now again. Morozov stops the match in center. Ermes Gasparini's. Morozov flops Gasparini's wrist. Artyom Morozov has Davai Ermes, Davai. Morozov has destroyed Ermes Gasparini. Morozov is playing with Ermes Gasparini like a child. Wow. He stopped the match in the center, flopped Ermes Gasparini's wrist, didn't finish the match. He could have done it here. Went in a hook, trash talked Ermes Gasparini, and slammed him down to the pad. Wow. Davai, Hermes, Davai. That's what he was saying. That's a big surprise, man. That's a big surprise. That's what I was saying. Now everybody is worried, man. Now everybody is worried. And like when you take this guy's wrist slightly, the match is not over. He's throwing that flop to you. And he didn't even need that this time. He destroyed Gasparini's wrist. Round one. Bro, did they put some like titanium thing in Morozov's? Like we need to study Morozov's wrist surgery. Like where is the doctor? What did he put in his wrist, man? His wrist is thicker than before. It's stronger than before. Like was it really an injury, or did he do some kind of scientific fiction modification with his wrist? What's up? Isn't he supposed to have a butter wrist? He's not supposed to flop Ermes Gasparini's wrist like that. Guys, Ermes is injured now. He did hold on to his elbow after the first round, but if he's injured, then Morozov injured him in that first round, clearly. If he got injured, it was Morozov's power that injured him. Good posting setup from Morozov is really high. Round two, Morozov's setup looks good. Ermes looks in trouble. Bill is about to say, ready, go. Nope. Ermes is super uncomfortable. Morozov is ready to slam that pronation on Gasparini's fingers as soon as the referee says go. And the guy's become a top roller now. Man, this guy Morozov. So he'll be like number 3 in the world, right? And how did Vitali flash pin him so easily? What was up with that? Like, the math is not mathing here. And if Morozov beats Ermes now, like Vitali is going to do terrible things to Ermes. Again, the match stops in center and Morozov destroys Ermes. Morozov destroys him. Too much back pressure, too much top roll. And Gasparini's elbow is hurt. Artyom Morozov, way too strong. Way too strong. Bro is Asia number 1. He's like world number 3 now. And you might as well just It's just a formality. I think after this, you might as well put Vitali over Hermes now. Like, I think Vitali should be number four. Hermes should be number five now. Butter wrist to titanium wrist. Hermes is injured, I guess. He was perfectly fine until the match started. So whatever happened in the first round. So it's like it's Morozov's power that injured him. Okay, he's a young guy, and now he got uh, an opponent for Levan in the future. Did Levan get stronger in the second Hermes match, or did Hermes get weaker? Like if you have been watching me in the last year or so, I have always been doubtful about Gasparini's shape. Like I've been saying for more than a year now that I think Vitali Hermes cannot beat Vitali again. And I think Gasparini is going down. I think Gasparini is going to 115 kilos after that. He has realized that the super heavyweight world champion dream is officially over now. So there's probably no point in staying there. Round three. Can Hermes finally do something? Great setup this time from Hermes. It was like a little too great. He got one warning. He's moving before the go. Shoulder was not squared. It was a little too good of a setup to start the match. And Morozov is comfortable. He's not bothered about the setup. He's not moving at all. He's focused. He's super focused, but he's not worried at all. Hermes Gasparini top rolls Morozov this time. Now he's saying Dawai Morozov, but Morozov has stopped him. Hermes Gasparini flop presses Morozov down to the pen. He said Dawai Morozov. Wow, good start this time. So yeah, it was not the elbow pain, right? Like where did the elbow pain go in this round? 2-1 Gasparini. What is going on here? Like how can you win the first two rounds so easily and then get beat? What happened there? What happened there? This time a good top roll from Hermes. He still needed a flop press to win. Like he had he had full hand control. He took Morozov's wrist, but he needed a flop press. And once Hermes throws his flop press into the game, it's already over, man. It's already over. Okay, yeah, it is turning out to be a good match. I was thinking that Hermes cannot pin Morozov easily, but I was not expecting him to get pinned easily by Morozov in the second round. Now, and the buckle affects Hermes a lot. So this round is again going to be a different difficult for him. So it's like the hand control thing. Their arms are so powerful that if either one gets hand control, it's probably over. It's probably over. The setup was also looking good for Hermes in that second round. And the timing mattered a lot too because Morozov was a little bit slower, just a little bit slower than the previous two rounds. Not by much, but maybe like 5% slower. Again, Armes Gasparini comes back, big elbow foul. Hermes has cracked the code and now he has started to crack Morozov's wrist. Moroz Hermes is smelling blood now. He's tasting blood now. Morozov just escaped with a big elbow foul. Like this match is so confusing. False start from Gasparini. Both have one foul, so it was second warning for Hermes. Don't foul out, guys. Don't foul out. One foul on Ermes. So earlier it was just a warning. Now he got one foul. Wow, this match. From the looks of it, looks like Ermes Gasparini has got it back, because even now when the sides changed, Morozov's start did not look too great. He had to bail out of the match with a flop press, and I never started guessing too early. But I don't think it was that you talk too early every time. Shush. Everyone was saying, like even the commentators, everyone was saying that it's over, man. When Morozov beat Gasparini in the first round and he beat him more easier than the second round, why would we have any doubt left? Like, isn't Morozov supposed to have a better endurance than Hermes? And if he's winning dominantly, like why would we think that Hermes can make a comeback in the third round? But he did. And even in the fourth round, it's already looking good for the Gladiator. That's a Gladiator war scream. Morozov going for that posting top roll now. He's dropped his body weight. Ready, go, as Gasparini. Wow, Morozov destroys Hermes again. It is the side of the table. Like for a moment, the match was kind of stuck in the center, and then Hermes moved sideways, and then Morozov just swept him to the side. Swept him to the side really fast. Took his hand, took his arm, took everything with a single hit. How can a single hit be so powerful in such a high level match? And he did not hit from a position of hand dominance. He just hit sideways and gained hand position while the arm was moving to the left. And not to be disrespectful, but they are kind of arm wrestling like beginner top rollers, like whoever like all the battle is in the center, and if anyone wins like 1% more hand control than the other, then it is over. That's usually how the beginner top rollers arm wrestle. There is no top rolling without the wrist. Like, okay, you've taken my wrist, but I will still be pronating and still be stopping the match. There's none of that in that match. That's a good match. Good match. Hermes is lucky that this is a best of 7. Otherwise, it would have been already over. Round 5. Is it going to be the final round of this match? Gasparini on the left. Gasparini takes hand control. Morozov gets it back. Wow, that's an amazing battle. Morozov takes Gasparini's hand. Now Hermes switches to a flop press. But Morozov is too close to winning. He stands up and he destroys Gasparini. Yes. Artyom Morozov, the Terminator, has destroyed Hermes Gasparini 4-1. Wow, who would have believed that? Who would have expected that to happen? That flop press thing, it does not work against guys with such arm power. So yeah, Gasparini's dream is officially over of becoming the super heavyweight champion of the world, and we'll probably see him in the 115 kg category. Artyom Morozov versus Ermes Gasparini. When this match was about to start, I was saying, just imagine if Morozov beats Ermes. Now we have a new potential opponent for Levan Saginashvili. If Morozov beats Hermes, now everyone is going to be scared of him. Suddenly, Vitali needs to rewatch his previous match once again, how he did what he did to Morozov. Devon needs to be worried a little. Even Levan Saginashvili needs to be worried because the guy is only 28 years old. And as soon as the ready go happens in the strap first round, Morozov pulls back, Gasparini pulls back, their arms open up a little bit. Morozov cracks Gasparini's wrist. And I was like, how did this happen? Can somebody explain to me? This night has been a night full of surprises, but this was the biggest one of them all. And Morozov took his wrist. He could have finished the match. Instead, he chose to go in a hook and talk trash. Davai, Hermes, Davai. And then he just slammed Hermes down to the pad. I was like, okay, we got the new Levan Slayer now. Round two, this time in the strap, Hermes did not have anything. It looked like he didn't even try. He was holding on to his elbow like he's hurt or something. And he got flash pinned by Artem Morozov. 2-0, the Terminator. Third round, Gasparini got a better start. He got a better setup. And he out top rolled Morozov. He was having hand control, went for a pin, couldn't get the pin, stood up, started giving the trash talk back to Morozov. Davai Morozov, Davai. He said it a couple of times. And then he went for the pin, still couldn't get it despite having full hand control. Morozov was holding him. Then Hermes decided to stand up, give up his own wrist, and easily flop Morozov down to the pad. We were like, okay, maybe it's the side of the table because we already know that Hermes is a completely different arm wrestler when he does not have the buckle versus when he does have the buckle on his hand. So maybe this time he did not have the buckle. That's why he won. But this time, in the next round, when the score was 2-1, Morozov, it was an okay start. They both were in center, but Morozov had to run back with a massive elbow foul just to get a restart. And we were like, it's done. Morozov is done for because he's supposed to have a better endurance, and Hermes Gasparini is coming back. What's happening here? Then Morozov in the restart, again, Gasparini took him a little to the losing side, but he maintained his pronation and he hit sideways with a single sweep. He got pronation, he got arm positioning, and he destroyed Hermes Gasparini. In the fifth and final round in the strap, once again, they were kind of arm wrestling like beginners, not to disrespect them, but whoever had slight hand control, slight bit more pronation, the match was over. Nothing was going on. But this time, Gasparini did try a flop press, but with the arm power of these guys, I mean, like, come on. Morozov also tried a flop press in the round that he lost, but with their arm power, it's not really possible to stop with a flop once the guy has hand control. So Morozov 4-1. Hate to say it, but Gasparini's dream of becoming the number one guy is officially over. I think we can and we should see him dropping down to 115 kilos soon. And what about Morozov, man? This guy is amazing. How did Vitali beat him so easily? So Morozov versus Devon next. Devon was looking for a match, an easy match before he faces Levan. Is Morozov an easy match? Judging by this match, I would have Devon still as a heavy favorite against Morozov, but Morozov's flop, which didn't work against Hermes, can possibly work against Devon. We'll have to wait and see. Amazing, amazing match. The Terminator is 28. He has everything ahead of him. Thanks for watching. Subscribe. I'll have to go back and rewatch Morozov's speech, and then I'll tell you what he was saying. What a man. Unbelievable stuff. Bros, like how many surprises we have seen today. And if Ivan hooks Hermes Gasparini and beats him, like where does Hermes go from there? Forward 10 seconds is like taking 10 seconds to load. What's the point, man? What's the point? Morozov top three right hand officially. Yeah. Hermes lost. Yep. Hermes pretty much got destroyed by Morozov. Except for one round, which Morozov lost. The rest four were not that difficult. On the Okay, now I'll be listening to Morozov's speech if the internet allows me to. It wasn't table IQ problem. Hermes was too weak. Hermes too light. This is the biggest drop in arm wrestling history. Yeah, man, you can just see what Vitali is doing today versus what Ermes Gasparini is doing. Like I genuinely think if it was Vitali today instead of Morozov, he would have flash pinned Ermes four times in a row. He's saying his right arm was always better than the left. It was little challenging because of the surgery. I think you're saying something like that, but he managed it. What is he wearing? White shorts and yellow socks. Come on, Morozov. People dumping on poor Hermes now, bunch of hyenas. He's saying that it was a little. He's not saying he can pull Levan or Devon right away, but he's on his way. And he also thinks that he did not pull 100% Hermes today. Alijan Borman? What is he saying? Bro, you beat the number three. You just beat the number three guy in the world. You don't get to call out Richard Boardman. Come on, man. This has to be one of the most weirdest call outs ever. He just beat the number three guy in the world and he's calling out Richard Boardman. Come on, man. Devon is congratulating him now. But arrest. Anytime. Devon is saying, I will wait for you. Wow, Morozov beats Hermes Gasparini. That was unbelievable stuff. A night full of surprises. Let's see. For me, as per my predictions, like just because a prediction was wrong does not really mean it was a surprise. It was a setback or something. But Orden versus Jeremy cannot be called that. Yoshi versus Kanai. I mean, we predicted, many of us predicted Kanai to win, but we cannot say it was a big upset or a unbelievable result or something like that. So Cody also, I think Tobias destroying Kordecha the way he did was a little surprising to me. Rickard beating Muratov was not a big surprise. Stoika beating Hutchings, amazing surprise. Morozov beating Gasparini, big surprise again. Patrenko versus Todd. Let's see what kind of support Michael gets from the home crowd. We all have been waiting for this moment. I mean, they so desperately want Michael Todd to win some matches. They were like, "Bro, Michael, please win against Gasparini." Didn't win. Michael, please win against Vitali. We'll give you the Levan match. Didn't win. Didn't even win a round. Michael, now we are giving you the guy that you have already beaten 3-0. Please don't mess this up. Beat Kamil Jablonski. We'll give you the Levan match even now. Even though we will not give Kamil the Levan match if he beats you. Didn't win a single round, loses 3-0. Like, okay, Michael, we still want you to be the champion. Go down to 105 kilos. And okay, Dave Chaffee. Dave Chaffee was the title match that he was supposed to get. Dave Chaffee loses. Ivan Matishenko cannot get the title, even though they wanted Michael to get that 115 kg title match. But Ivan couldn't get it. Okay, what's the fifth option now? Okay, Michael, we'll give you the Petrenko match. Don't mess this up. We are running out of options. But I think even if Michael loses this, they'll probably still find a way to somehow get Michael Todd involved in a title match. Michael Todd versus Petrenko. Levon and Devon are the best arm wrestlers in the world. They'll still probably, if Michael loses this match, I'm telling you now, they will still probably give him the 115 kg title match against Ivan Mitchenko. I have $350 on Michael shooting bricks right now. If Michael Todd loses, he gets 95 kg title shot after this. 115. 115. Don't be surprised at all if Michael gets that title match. Oleg Petrenko. The champion of the world, 5'11". He is kind of a small guy in the 105 kg division, but big, big arms on this man. Not as big as Michael Todd. I don't think his wrist or forearm or bicep, anything is bigger than Michael, but still, he is a big guy. A few claps here and there for Petrenko. Oh, now they're cheering for him when he raised his belt. 190.5 centimeter. Who measured Michael's height? Where did he get that 0.5 centimeter from? Versus 180. So 10 centimeter height difference between these two. Yep, Michael Todd has been the WL champion, PL champion also. I think he didn't get a belt or something, but he beat Pushkar. Patrenko buries Michael's hand. It's a pin. No, they gave him a strap. Come on. Is that like home crowd advantage, like special advantage? That was buried, man. That was buried. I think Michael's slipped this way, and like his fingers, his nails were definitely buried. Let me watch the replay. Man, just this 10-second seek forward and backward. My net is so slow, or maybe the website is not cool or something. It takes more than 10 seconds to skip 10 seconds backward. And it still didn't go 10 seconds back. Now it okay, we'll probably miss the match if we go for it now. Okay, round one. Michael Todd versus Patrenko. My screen is frozen. I don't know what's happening. Ready, go. Patrenko hits well. Michael Todd pronates into his hand. Michael has stopped the match. Michael has stopped the match in the center. This is what he wanted to do to Angarbayev, but he couldn't. Now he is actually doing it. Patrenko is not looking comfortable. Patrenko is not looking comfortable. Patrenko is trying to climb. Michael is clamping hard. Michael has slightly lost his hand, but he's on the offense. Patrenko gives up. Patrenko does an elbow foul. Wow. Patrenko looked helpless against Michael. Wow, he buries Michael with a flop press. What? Who got elbow foul? What? Second foul, Petrenko. Okay, protest, Petrenko. If you have any doubts, what are you complaining about? You have a protest. Let's see the replay. Let's see in the replay what was the elbow foul for. Yep, there was an elbow foul. Was it before the pin? Let's see again. There was definitely an elbow foul. Was it before or after? That's close. That's close. But I wouldn't mind it. That's close. It looked maybe just a slightly before the pin. So I won't mind it. I don't think it's a bad call from the referee, but it was close. That was a strong flop press from Petrenko. Michael was not ready for that. To me, it looked, even the first round before the slip, it looked like a pin. Why are they going to the strap again? Like, What did I miss? Did they slip? Why are they? Why did he agree to the strap? Man, really need to stop this skip forward and backward because it's not really working well with my internet, or maybe this website is messed up. I'm even missing the round, I'm quite sure now. And it's 360p, so it cannot be the internet issue. Michael almost got lucky a couple of times, once without the strap, and the second time even in the strap. Why is it buffering so much? It wasn't like that earlier. Maybe I need to start watching in the phone. Okay, Oleg went for the flop press. Michael Todd with the king's move. Oleg with the flop press. Not a good idea to start with a flop press against Michael if you're not a flop presser. And Michael is looking comfortable. Michael is looking comfortable, but Oleg needs to block the way, just like, yeah, Oleg needs to sit there and relax. John with a great advice, just like Kamil Jablonski. But the thing is, Oleg is no Kamil Jablonski. No, no, don't hit Oleg. Don't hit. Wait there patiently. Wait there patiently. Elbow foul on Oleg Petrenko. So Michael looks like he won the second round too. Yep. Oleg was flop pressing again when he was on one foul, and he did the second foul while going for the flop press. So Michael has won the second round too. Oleg is looking helpless. Petrenko is looking helpless now. It logged me out of my PC. What? It's not letting me sign in. Okay, it's time to watch it on the phone. Looks like there's a foul again on Petrenko. Come on, Oleg. What are you doing, man? So Petrenko was in a flop press. Once again, he has completely given up the hopes on doing anything against Todd's hand. And that was a long round. That was a long round in a flop press, but Michael was always comfortable this time too. Wow, that was a long war. And Petrenko elbow fouled. Michael has really become the world champion. I think Petrenko should have contested through the hand a little bit more than this. False start from Michael. And this time, Michael is completely on top of Petrenko's hand. Just don't foul out, Petrenko. Just don't foul out. Do something, but do not foul out. Michael is like completely on top, and he presses Petrenko down. 3-0 monster Michael Todd. Oleg Petrenko cannot beat these old guys, man. No, I mean, he did beat one of the old guys, Todd Hutchings, but he couldn't beat Devon Larratt and he couldn't beat Michael Todd. Final round, only some formality left before Michael Todd becomes the East versus West world champion. Good match from Michael. Definitely looking stronger than he looked the last time in this weight category. Genuinely think Kurdecha beats Ermes now under tabling for the win. Michael Todd, like the way Michael is, he's obviously going for a press this round. Michael is no, it doesn't looks like maybe he can still hit from this position because 3-0 Michael will surely go for the flash pin. I mean that's what Michael does. Everybody knows that. He will go for the press or maybe not. Nope. No. He's going for the top roll. It's surprising. Michael not going for his press even once. Elbow foul from both, I think, this time. Elbow. Elbow foul on Michael. Okay, nice to hear that. Hermes could lose to Ivan and MMT now, even Kamil. False start from both. Michael is going for a press. Yeah. I was like, how did Michael not go for his press? 535 people watching we have. Please hit the thumbs up. This event is about to end. So I would like you to leave a nice, beautiful thumbs up. Oleg goes for a press. Huge elbow foul from Oleg Petrenko. What is Oleg doing? These things are not going to work. He needs to wait there patiently. But it is easier said than done. Because in the second round, Michael did transition, or third round it was, Michael did transition for a press. Michael Todd finally becomes a world champion at East versus West. And you cannot say that he beat some weak guys or something. Only Devon Larratt is better than Oleg Petrenko. Only Devon Larratt. And Devon does not want to cut to 105. So Michael did really beat the best guy that is out there. So if Michael gets a 115 kg title too and he beats Ivan, like are we going to see two belts on Michael Todd now? Are we serious? Oleg goes for a press. He's just one foul away from losing his title and he has fouled. Second foul, 4-0. Michael Todd is the East versus West world champion at 52, 53 years of age. The guy is awesome. Like, finally, after so many years, Michael Todd can I was about to say rest in peace, but I want to say that like he can relax a little bit. He can relax a little bit. Your East versus West champion. Yes, you did it, Michael. Yes, you did it. 4-0. Monster Michael Todd versus Oleg Petrenko for the world title at 105 kilos in Michael Todd's hometown. Michael simply couldn't have afforded to lose this match. Before the match started, I was joking by saying that I hope Michael wins this title because otherwise they would have to give him the 115 kg world title match because somehow for some reason they really want to see Michael Todd become a world champion because he has been a champion in many leagues, but not at East versus West or King of the Table. And finally, good news for Michael Todd fans, he really did it. Round one was a bit lucky for Michael when he slipped against Oleg. It to me it looked like his fingers went under the pin pad. It could have been a pin, but maybe Oleg knew that it wasn't a pin. That's why he didn't protest. He had a protest which he didn't use in this match. So maybe it wasn't a pin. Maybe it was just something that we couldn't see in real time and they didn't show us the replay in slow motion. After the restart, Oleg Petrenko was already on one foul. When he tried to go sideways, he had a little bit of pronation going on, but he was losing his own wrist too. And that's when he fouled to get a restart. I think it was an intentional foul. After the restart, he went for a flop press and he actually pressed Michael's hand straight down to the pad. But when we saw the slow motion replay, just like right 1 millisecond before the pin happened, Oleg's elbow went off the pad. Like if his elbow stayed there, Michael was not stopping that press. But just to get that extra force, Oleg did that elbow foul. So it was 1-0 for Oleg Petrenko. And genuinely, that was the biggest mistake that Oleg made. Even though Michael's pronation was clearly so threatening that Oleg couldn't even think about top rolling Michael. He was losing his hand, so he just gave it up. But I still think he would have done a little bit better if he kept trying to take Michael's hand, trying to buckle Michael's wrist back, even if he lost his own wrist. But he didn't do that. He went for a flop press in the second round, and that's where I think Michael transitioned into his own press after stopping him after a long time when Oleg was struggling to press Michael. Then I think in the fourth round, he once again fouled out a couple of times. So all of the rounds were same. There is nothing different here. Oleg right off the go went for a flop press. There were a few fouls, a foul on Michael too, false starts on both multiple times, and Michael just patiently waited there. Oleg did not possess any kind of serious threat to Michael with his flop press. The commentators were expecting that maybe Oleg can sit there patiently like Kamil Jablonski did, but Oleg is not a flop presser. He's not Kamil Jablonski. There is only a moment which he realized in the second round that if he stays there too long, Michael is going to pull him out of that flop and just press him down with his own press. So nothing was working for Oleg in this match. Stylistic nightmare. We cannot say that Michael beat a weaker opponent. Oleg is literally the best in the world. No one is close. Only Devon Larratt is, but Devon has announced he won't be cutting to 105 anytime soon. So Michael did really beat the best guy in the world, and that too in such a dominant fashion, and that too at the age of almost 53 years. That is unheard of. The oldest East versus West champion in that, no, Todd Hutchings was also the champion of 105 kg category, but the second oldest East versus West champion. And other than Todd Hutchings, the oldest champion of any league in the world. That is Monster Michael Todd for you. He truly deserved that win. Like Michael can now relax a little bit, or maybe not. Maybe Michael holds two title belts. He can probably take the belt away from Ivan Mitushenko too. Just imagine nobody, I mean, we cannot say nobody, but in the super heavyweight division, people were not really taking Michael seriously. But as soon as he drops weight, he showed up in a much better shape than what he showed up against Ongarbayev. And now he's suddenly the favorite to take two titles. How time can suddenly change. And this is probably a decision that Michael should have made a year ago. And he wouldn't have accumulated those losses against Ermes, Vitali, and Camille. But maybe those losses made him strong because he trained the super heavyweight way, which he continued for this match too. And now I hope Michael becomes the double champion. I would really love to see that. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again. Okay. Michael M- Mensta Monster God. Okay. Michael Monster God has made me a rich man. Michael Wide Elbow Todd. I was not interested in this card, but had a little interest in Ermes match and was thinking that Ermes will win easily. Yep. Did they rob Oleg? No, Oleg did not have. Like there is no way he was going to beat Michael. If he kept top rolling, I think he did make a big mistake there by going for a flop press. Let Michael take your risk. Like why are you giving it up yourself? Just try a little bit more top roll. That's what he didn't do. 4-0 Monster Michael God. Michael has stopped mentioning God like now. He used to mention God every single sentence a year ago. Can Morozov beat Vitali? I don't think so. I think Vitali flash pins Ermes Gasparini too, just like he flash pinned. That's exactly how this was supposed to end. Michael Todd becoming the champion in his own. Michael is inviting his whole family to the stage. Is thanking everyone. Next stop is Ivan for our vessel monster Michael God. You're underestimating. No, man. No, man. I'm not saying this now after watching him lose to Morozov. I've been saying that for more than a year now that Ermes will probably never beat Vitali ever again in his life. I mean, just think about Vitali pinned a stronger version of Devon. He like literally pinned him to the pad. And what did Ermes do against Devon? Against a lighter Devon. So Vitali not only pinned a stronger version of Devon, but he pinned a 300-pound stronger version of Devon. And Ermes got destroyed by a 260-pound weaker version of Devon. So just do the math. I know Hermes may have also improved since then, but did he? Have you seen any proof that he improved after the Vitali match? I don't really see that. Like, how did Levan suddenly all out of nowhere got so strong? Or was it Hermes Gasparini that got weak in their rematch? Thank you, Mark, for so many super chats. 438 likes, guys. Before you leave, if you can somehow get this number at least to 460, that would be awesome. Please hit the thumbs up. I'm going to be ending this live stream soon. It was awesome chatting with you guys. Not too many joined this time because it wasn't really that big of an event. But I think but it was. All right. Thanks. Thanks for watching. I'm going to end this live stream. Michael Todd is talking about. All right. Bye, guys. I'll see you again. You guys are awesome. 445 likes immediately. You guys are awesome. Thank you, sir. Let me read a few names who are the legends still hanging around in the chat before I end this. Tony, Aziz, Gary, Metaphor official. Good night. Yeah, it's about dates. 5 a.m. here. Pradeep was robbed of the 2025 Media Award Me, okay. Thank you guys. Your names are too difficult for me to read at 5 a.m. in the morning after these two massive lights in my eyes for such a long time. Pradeep Award. Morozov went from rank 10 to rank 3 overnight. Yep, he did. Thanks, guys. Bye. Salute to you.